like to warmly welcome all of you to ChemEICon 2024, the first international conference on chemical and process engineering hosted by the University of Moratu's Department of Chemical and Process Engineering. I am Isumi Avindi.
And I'm Janaka. We are honored to have you join us today on the 27th of June 2024 at the Center of Excellence for Water and Sanitation. This conference celebrates innovation, industrial collaboration, research, and pioneering spirit of chemical and process engineering.
Under the main theme of chemical and process engineering for a sustainable future by transforming pathways for circular economy, we'll explore cutting-edge research and technologies shaping the future of chemical engineering, deep diving into technical sessions on environmental biotechnology, waste treatment, process technology, and innovation.
We are also excited about the Industry Forum, where leading professionals will share their insights and fostering networking and collaboration between academia and industry. We encourage you to engage with presentations, participate in discussions, and network with your peers.
Let us be inspired by the innovative ideas and pioneering research presented today. Welcome to ChemEICon 2024. We look forward to a successful and inspiring conference.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats as we begin with the digital lighting of the oil lamp. This ceremony symbolizes the dispelling of darkness and the ushering in of light, knowledge, and prosperity.
For this, I would like to invite on stage our first keynote speaker, Professor Maheshi Bandara, the CEO of Silver Mill Group, Mr. Janaka, the CEO of Dream Brown Group of Companies, Dr. Kishore Gomes, the chairperson of ChemEICon 2024, Professor P.G. Ratnasiri, the past Dean of Graduate Studies, Senior Professor Ajit Alvis, the Dean of Graduate Studies, Professor R.A.R.C. Gopura, the Head of the Department of Chemical and Process Engineering, Professor S.M. Egorage, the Secretary of ChemEICon 2024, Dr. Tharushi Kirti Singha, the Assistant Secretary of ChemEICon, Dr. Hiran Chaturanga, the Financial Chair of ChemEICon 2024, Dr. Dilhara Seethunga, the Publications and International Relations Chair, Dr. Tushara Subasingha, the Sponsorship and Industry Forum Chair, Dr. Mahinsa Ratnayaka, the Local Organizing Committee Chair, Mrs. Udari Pereira, and Dr. Purna Vidanage, a representative from our platinum sponsor, Waste to Value, a representative from a platinum sponsor, Haley's Advantis Private Limited, a representative from our platinum sponsor, INSEE EcoCycle Private Limited, a representative from our platinum sponsor AEN Palm Oil Processing Private Limited, representatives from our gold sponsors Ceylon Agro Industries Private Limited and Maliban Biscuit Manufactories Private Limited, representatives from our silver sponsors CIC Agribusiness, CJ Holdings Private Limited, Cargill's Quality Dairies Private Limited, ATG Ceylon. And I would also like to invite the President of the Chemical Engineering Students Society, Indura Sandeepa, on stage to light the digital oil lamp.
Now please rise for the national anthem as we honor our country and its rich heritage.
Thank you, everyone. We will now have the welcome speech by the chairperson of ChemEICon me in welcoming Professor P.G. Ratnasiri, whose leadership and vision have been instrumental in organizing this conference.
Very good morning to everyone. You are welcome to our International Research Conference. Our keynote speaker, Professor William Chen from Nanyang Technical University, Singapore. Keynote speaker, Professor Maheshi Bandara from Department of Chemical and Process Engineering, University of Peradeniya. On behalf of Vice Chancellor and Dean Faculty of Engineering, Senior Professor Ajit Dialvis, one of the guest of honor, Dr. Kishu Gomes, Group CEO, Dreamron Private Limited, invited speaker to Industrial Forum, Mr. Janaka Gammampila, Group CEO, Silver Mills Private Limited, all distinguished invitees from National Water Supply and Drainage Board, distinguished industrial representatives, including our sponsors, Head Department of Chemical and Process Engineering, all professors and academic staff of our department, and head of the department from the other engineering department of our engineering faculty, all panel members for the technical session, including plenary speakers, all authors presenting technical papers, dear students. I welcome you as a chairperson to ChemEICon 2024, which is the first ever international research conference organized by the Department of Chemical and Process Engineering, University of Moratuwa. Today our theme of conference is Chemical and Process Engineering for a Sustainable Future, Transformative Pathways for Circular Economy. I think, as you all know, chemical and process engineering all about the transformation and value addition to raw materials. Today you will witness actually how with our industrial forum, how the process industry convert into sustainable process industry. We have selected 6 industrial presentations, so you will witness these things. And today we have aligned 4 events: inauguration session, industrial forum, technical session, and career fair. For industrial forum, we have 50 industries. They have contributed, and 6 industries will be conducting the presentations. These presentations are based on sustainable initiatives taken by them under one of broader themes: innovative solution developed to achieve sustainability and circular economy, case studies, future projects, and challenges and opportunities. Those are the themes they are discussing today. Our technical session, that is with the research papers, will be conducted under 3 thematic areas: process technologies and innovation, environmental biotechnology and waste treatment, renewable energy, resource recovery and upcycling. Those are the thematic areas. To tell you, we received 30 research papers, and we subjected them to double-blind peer reviews, and 9 papers rejected, 1 paper withdrawn. Then we have 20 research papers today for the 3 sessions, 10 from local universities, 4 from international universities and international collaborations, other 6 from our own students, our final year undergraduate projects. And for the career fair, there are 15 industries. They will participate. That is going on in the first floor, ground floor of the Sivas, this building. Finally, I will, you all have very fruitful discussions today. We will exchange ideas, and I invite you all to exchange ideas and make future collaborations. And our mission is actually take our chemical and process engineering education with the industry, right? Now, we want our graduates, not only our teaching in the university, beyond that we have to actually embark with the journey with industries. We have increased industrial projects and industrial training. Now we are in a very good shape, but we want to further strengthen that. That is one mission of this event. So thank you very much. You will have a wonderful day.
Thank you very much, sir. Next, we have a very special treat for you all. We're excited to share a video from our esteemed platinum sponsor, Advantis. Advantis is pioneering the integration of circular economy principles in chemical engineering by minimizing waste and transforming it into valuable products, promoting sustainability and efficiency. Let's take a look at how they are contributing to the future of chemical and process engineering.
Thank you. Next, representing the University of Moratuwa, we have the honor of hearing from the past Dean of Graduate Studies, Senior Professor Ajit Dialvis. His commitment to academic excellence and innovation has been a driving force in our university. Dear sir, the stage is yours.
Hi, Bowen. Good morning. First of all, I think should be opportunity to welcome all Professor Maheshi, Dr. Kishu Gomes, and all the industry representative and also the industry supporters to this event of Chemical and Process Engineering Department, University of Moratuwa. First international conference. ChemEICon has been happening, but this is broadening the base and the reach as well. So I thought even when Professor Rathasiri asked me to give some sort of introduction or a presentation, I thought I'll get the time to say send a message rather than just talking of just welcome statements. So let me quickly throw a few ideas. So pardon me if I'm not following the required duty, but I hope the message is there. So one of the things is this is a conference, and so we meet industry, university, and officials also from certain state organizations and so on. So I thought I'll pass this message from the National Innovation Agency, which we are talking about as what is required for today's Sri Lanka. So that I thought I'll couple this conference to the message and think about when we see our department, the students, the researchers, and all the industry together, we have to look at what is called a very old principle of economic value added. So whatever we do today and whatever we are planning to do, we must always be conscious of, are we really adding value? And I think that's important for us at this stage very much, right? So whenever you do something, that's important. And so whenever we do an investment to the process of education, that investment has to pay back in terms of uplifting the country and the economy. So there are two things. So we are talking about research in the papers. So one is selecting the research that what we are going to do with impact in mind. Then, of course, translating that research, monetizing the output. It's very, very important, probably the need of the hour, that what Sri Lanka has been really losing. So when you see from outside, yet, because we are not work together, the industry, the universities, we are not work together, we don't see this type of situation of a very quick collection of what came out of our universities. But yesterday it was really good in the evening, listening to what Professor Mahimsa Narayan has done. I hope today's news will carry that from Karadiana, the handover of the very first pyrolyzer unit to the Waste Management Authority. I suppose that type of thing is inspiring. So, and the students who are also connected to that in the modeling, and that journey will go on. We need something where the research is translated into the action, and then you set the stage for the next development. Unfortunately, we don't have much of it. Even if I to take this example of Alimta, which is Princeton University undergraduate, who was thinking, I must do this work, and then he got into the staff, he did this research, and entire Princeton University was running on the royalty of this, really for many years, running on the royalty of this, the patent valuation that the university received. So just one student translating that into action and doing that, and it has impact because this was for lung cancer. It's a drug, right? So again, you see the beautiful mind, again Princeton, the famous mathematician who went into win the Nobel Prize of Nash equilibrium concept. And that's kind of a question why ice cream sellers group together And are you losing business, or why they come together? Why all the banks are in one location? That type of very practical question was Nobel Prize winning mathematical solution, answering so many things. So university, we need to do this. That's very, very important. We translate our whatever the research. So it's very important we select the research idea. So something that we now started stressing in Sri Lanka to go into this, the research base, right? So whether we are from, whether do basic research or applied research, that's what we do. And we must, even at undergraduate, must go into the research mindset of translating our mind to, okay, we have to learn, or we have to be problem solvers. And those problems are day-to-day stuff others are also facing. Let's come together with the knowledge while we gain, we must do that. And also the element of protection. I told you Princeton was running with this income from this one drug, right? So, and then of course you generate real wealth. You know, we are in a bankrupt situation, but of course yesterday's message is we are now postponed. I mean, like we are postponed payments, so a bit different. But the point is, you know that we have to do things in a meaningful way to really make that economic sense. And as researchers and engineers, I mean, like scientists and so on, we do have it, and the industries should working together with the researchers to translate that. Otherwise, the research stays at the cupboard level, the bookcase and report level. So, which is unfortunate. So, Sri Lanka have been facing this problem because we have not been generating wealth from this type of activity at all. That's our problem. And then part of that wealth should go back. So, this is we are asking, industry should plow back some of the money back into the research side. Sri Lankan contribution, the industry contribution to the research in Sri Lanka is minimal, right? And of course, the national contribution is also one of the worst in the world, 0.1% of the GDP, right? So these things need to change, and you get real wealth. And it's like, this is the wealth that we must seek. And this is the wealth that conference of this nature, when you have the papers, Professor Ratnasri mentioned, about 29, yeah, the number of papers. Now, okay, it's going to end up the paper, or it's getting translated. That's important. So you should also not be happy just by getting up and standing and talking, but also to see what's the next stage. How can I monetize this or translate this into results? And so there is this small difference between invention and innovation. So invention is, or the research part when you have done something, and innovation is when it hits the society. It is in the innovation side that you get money back, right? If you take an organizational point, organization will have the marketing division and the sales division. The marketing will have, you have to invest in marketing, but sales will get you revenue, right? So in the same thing in education, we have to invest on education, but that knowledge has to be invested back to generate the wealth. Now what we have not been doing is, we are losing that people who have been having the knowledge outside. So we generate wealth elsewhere, but not wealth here. The research, we stopped at the research or the thesis, so we don't get the next stage. So try to understand this connection and to train the link. This is very, very important, and the situation of this nature is should be some fertile grounds for that interaction. So as you see, we know the system doesn't help. Take for industry, Singapore, Professor Chen is around connecting. So you can see the headlines of a Singapore newspaper is, when you allocate R&D, the newspaper, the main newspaper is screaming with headlines, right? So in Sri Lanka, I have blacked out some part because it's so bad, the other two lines. So this is what we get as headlines, right? So we have a huge failure in we will not be able to do much of promotion of what is happening here, unfortunately, right? So this is that change too need to happen. Otherwise, we don't get the critical mass to transform the economy, right? We don't come together. We are much more upset over, okay, I'm doing things, but nobody's listening, and so on. So this needs to change. So you can see the difference. Why Singapore is in the top 10 of the world's innovation nations. Singapore universities are in the top 10, right? And whereas we talk about this. So, but it's a responsibility of us to do this change, right? So this is the important point. An event like this brings three parties together. Now, it's not sponsorship. It is you should have that idea. We are going to learn from each other. Industry should be thinking, how can I support the research that is happening, right? Listening to that and then taking the next step. Because inventor, the researcher by her or himself cannot translate. You need the other part. It's a teamwork. Invention may be a lonely job, single person or a couple of people, but innovation is teamwork. And teamwork needs this. So that's why in the innovation agency we have put a triple helix model in the symbol of National Innovation Agency of academia, industry and university. So it's important for us to think today that as we meet, we should have a little bit more of a sense of responsibility. By coming today, hopefully we can do more. We can do more with what is being showcased today in the afternoon as well. So just to highlight, in Sri Lanka, research is doing well in a sense. Even though we don't have the quantity, we have quality. So this is 2018 to 23. You can see 19,438 papers, well decently above the world average. 1.24 is a field-weighted citation impact. It's very good. I mean, not bad at all, right? With very much depressed resources, researchers are doing and publishing in quality and also meeting the global. But there's one problem. If you take the other one, if you take the commercialization protection, patents if you take, you can see 2018 345 going down to 2022 164. So huge difference between research publications and patents, which patent mean there is these commercialization opportunities. So we have poles apart in terms of who are going into publications, who are looking at intellectual property, and then to leverage on the industry. So the economic value is what won't be getting. So if you publish, somebody else, it's free to use knowledge. Knowledge should be shared. Science is not complete unless you communicate. That's true. But this is something to think about for Sri Lanka. We need to address this, right? You will find in a dynamic economy, these two numbers sync well, or rather correlates well. We have a wrong correlation as well. So it's a little unfortunate, right? So this is something we have to look at, a metric of 3P plus P. Papers, patents, products coming out of an institution or an organization, and the number of people who are contributing to that, the intensity. So it's a simple measure, simple KPI. Countries use this KPI. Korea was using once, and Iran is an example, who are trying to develop with a very fast track. They use this very simple 3 KPIs to look at. We have added just one other thing, people, number of researchers, because we have to do the work to generate it. So just think about it. This is also University of Moratuwa. So an example of a center that is looking at the same 3P plus P in a much more in additional. So the FGS looks for centers, ask this 3P plus P evaluation for value evaluation in their annual report. So we should target. Research should not stop. Research should be translated. What can I take it? And the next group should also take in from there and to move on to the next. So this is the message I'd like to say. So thinking on the very final, important to think of the research that you must be doing. So there's another metric we are now pushing for, even with the treasury, STI lens. Don't put money into things that are not likely to deliver anything useful, or don't put money into things that we already know the answer. So we put a limited amount of money, but we find sometimes the money is just being diverted, but unfortunately they are not likely to do any value addition. So we given this 2x2 metric to just look at some well-known thing. So what we should not be doing is to engage in this area of in this where you don't have any addition of knowledge. No, there is no impact, right? So all the other things, there will be an impact. If you take the Bohr quadrant, there's an impact of knowledge. If it is on gender, there's an addition to knowledge as well as impact, because vaccination is not known. Here comes brand new knowledge, and vaccination is fantastic. Here comes the disease avoidance. So there's an impact immediately on society. There's a greater impact of knowledge as well. So which Edison connects knowledge from many parties, synthesize that together, and give products of value to the masses. So Edison quadrant or Bohr quadrant or the Jenner quadrant is what we should be working. Taking the research project, we should never work on this quadrant. Don't put your face in there. Where we can Google or get an answer, or we know jolly well the answer is available, right? So it's important for us to put money and effort into areas where we will come out with something new, something impactful, and that way we will be we can really make that impact that important. So something, if you have a website to look at, trying to have for taking to the commercialization of all the effort, so providing a service to the researchers and the inventors and so on. But just highlighting, and as I said, it's Princeton, one patent. Same with India. We know India has gone so much of a journey, and it was one patent in the polymer field that changed, right? And if you've seen Dr. Mashelka, chemical engineer, right? Very famous. He was the only foreigner to be the president of IChemE UK and the advisor to the Indian Prime Minister and so on in science and science. So very interesting person, a person who also had smallpox, not chicken pox, and survived and studied under the street lamps of Bombay, right? And such a journey, but an inspirational journey. But he said in this National Chemical Laboratories, you develop something, and his specialty was in polymer in the chemical engineering, and he translated his finding and sold to the top US company, which actually dominated in this area. So the Indian patent sale, process development, being sold to the top US company in that field, that changed the whole Indian Research Institute space. So it's considered as one of the most important events after their independence in terms of science. And you know now it's $1 trillion economy, what's happening. So it's science-led, right? Science and engineering, science and technology-led. Something that we have not yet done for the last 76 years. So it needs to change if we have to change. But we need to understand the role that you should be playing to do this change. So finally, I thought, is that telling time is up, no? No, it's so I just want to show you this, just to finish. As the students are here, I know that one. So this is IIT Madras. It's a fantastic site to see students, researchers, 24/7. But also the university has taken a decision differently. That is, it's mandatory in the curricula. You will be given space, you will be given support, but you have to engage into any global competition that is out there. Whether it's solar car racing, whether it is, I know now, Professor Shanta, the department can be happy the students are winning in esports, in ChemE, and I think I saw that recently in Malaysia, the students have won so what they have pushed is, okay, while learning is something, synthesize that learning into doing this. So it's mandatory the students to be in project teams where they connected to global competitions. It can be anything, but they're global and they're just supported to go in. So it's like the solar car in Australia, the solar car racing. And the most interesting recent one was what you know as Hyperloop. So IIT Madras student team won this Hyperloop pod, one of the low cost, but it's fastest and so on, getting traction. And interestingly, Elon Musk was there when they won the event. So the point is, then you actually get engaged into doing something, and then you learn much more things within the curricula. So they have taken the decision, all students must be in this project phase as a mandatory item, undergraduates, right? So 24/7, you can see the 3 of the students who have won a cyber competition, e-security, cyber security competition on EV vehicle hacking. And so it's very interesting to see the enthusiasm, the engagement, so on. Something we should nurture in our system, just to break it just from the, simple continuous assessments, which it can be, may not be actually a lot of productive sometimes. So with that, again, thank you for, I think on this behalf of the university, thank you for the engaging, thank you for the industry who supported, I think the apologies are in order coming from the VC, VC, and the Dean, but for engagement. So I think have an enjoyable time in the conference. Just think about generating some context today for the future and to continue. Industry to connect to the department, students to connect to the industry, and also between universities, Peradeniya and Moratuwa, and maybe NTU as well. Make use of the opportunity. Don't lose the time. It's not something that you just walk in. We have fulfilled the terms of reference, engagement. Try to gain it to the value added. Thank you.
Thank you for those inspiring words, sir. Up next, we are thrilled to share a video of our amazing platinum sponsor, INSEE. INSEE is committed to zero emissions and advancing sustainability through innovative solutions and practices. Their efforts are transforming the industry by reducing environmental impact and promoting sustainable development. Let's explore the fantastic work they're doing and discover how they're impacting the field of chemical and process engineering.
Now, please welcome the Dean. Please welcome the Dean of the Faculty of Graduate Studies, Professor R.A.R.C. Gopura, whose dedication in fostering advanced studies and research has greatly contributed to our academic community.
Fellow researchers, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank the ChemEICon 2024 for inviting me for this occasion. It is indeed an honor to be here as the Dean, Faculty of Graduate Studies, because this is the first ever conference related to chemical engineering. I know that in Sri Lanka there are a lot of conferences happening, but dedicated for chemical and process engineering. I think even in the Sri Lankan context, this is the first, and the conference will hope to run annually. I think this is a remarkable achievement even in the history as well. And also, again, I would like to congratulate the organizers, Department of Chemical and Process Engineering, and the other organizers from the other international bodies. The chairman mentioned that conference received 30 papers, and from that they have selected 20, and from that 4 international papers were there. I think as a first conference, it is very good statistics, but going forward, they have to think about connect the other international bodies as well. We know that chemical engineering as well as process engineering researchers especially try to find the solution for pressing challenges in the world. You take from the energy production to the environmental pollution, chemical engineering research are helping to the world. At the University of Moratuwa, thanks. So at the University of Moratuwa, we have a lot of conferences related to architecture, engineering, business, as well as some other field. Recently, even the medical sciences. But when you place a conference in the calendar year, so we have to strategically think. Now, in Moratuwa, we have Moratuwa Engineering Research Conference, which is the faculty flagship conference, which has the top Google citation metrics in Sri Lanka. About 20, I think this conference should also aim for that, Google citation metrics. In order to take that, the conference should think about the indexing. I hope that going forward, the conference organizers will think about the indexing of the conference. In order to get indexing, you have to partner with some organizations or technical societies. If you take the Moratuwa Engineering Research Conference, Multidisciplinary Research Conference, they are partnering with the IEEE, and from the technical co-sponsorship with the IEEE, so they publish the paper, and then automatically they can go to the Scopus indexing. So this conference also organizes, going forward, they can think about indexing of the conference, which is very important for a conference. From that, the papers can be get required credibility, as well as it can be reached to all over the world for the wider audience. Another key aspects of the conference is that now in this case you have the conference as well as industry forum and career fair. So going forward, you can think about some other activities to be included in the conference. Like since we have a lot of industry participations, you can have collaborative exhibitions with the industry, so which will foster collaboration with the industry as well as the academia. So once again, I would like to congratulate the organizers, Department of Chemical and Process Engineering, University of Moratuwa, for organizing the first ever international research conference in chemical and process engineering. So I hope that the technical program, Chair mentioned that they have 3 technical sessions for the 20 papers. I hope that technical program will be inspiring and productive. I urge all the researchers and the students as well attend the technical program and have a productive discussion and enhance your network as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for that enlightening address. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my distinct pleasure to introduce our first keynote speaker, Professor William Chen, who will be joining us online through Zoom. Professor Chen is the Michael Pham Endowed Professor in Food Science and Technology and the Director of the Food Science and Technology Program at Nanyang Technical University, Singapore. He also superheads 2 significant government-funded food initiatives in Singapore. First, as the director of the Singapore Agri-Food Innovation Lab, and secondly, as the... Please welcome us in... Sorry. I would like to introduce Professor William Chen from Nanyang University, Singapore, as our first keynote speaker. Professor Chen's food technology innovatives are renowned globally for their simplicity and scalability, fostering active partnerships with the food industry and leading to the development of consumer products. His insights on food tech innovations, food safety, and food security are frequented by major local and international media, highlighting his influence and thought leadership in these critical areas. In addition to his academic and research roles, Professor Chen serves as an advisor and consultant to numerous overseas universities, government agencies, the food industry, and international organizations such as the Asian Development Bank, the Food and Agriculture Organization, and the World Health Organization, amongst others. We are incredibly fortunate to have Professor Chen with us today to share his valuable expertise and perspectives on the future of food science and technology. Please join me in welcoming Professor William Chen to the virtual stage. Thank you, Professor Chen, for your enlightening keynote. To honor Professor Chen for being with us today, we have a special digital felicitation. Thank you. Now, we are honored to introduce Mr. Rushant Chandra Bose, our esteemed platinum sponsor and the managing director of Waste to Value Private Limited, who will be joining us virtually to deliver a special address.
Mr. Rushant Chandra Bose obtained a first class in Bachelor of Science in Chemical and Process Engineering at the University of Moratuwa and brings over a decade of experience in wastewater engineering to our conference. As the Managing Director of Waste to Value, he leads initiatives in converting waste into renewable energy and valuable products. He also serves as the Technical Director at Industrial Solutions Lanka, where he provides turnkey solutions in environmental engineering, wastewater treatment, and waste valorization for the industry.
Mr. Chandra Bose is also a guest lecturer for the master's program at the University of Moratuwa and is dedicated to educating future engineers in practical wastewater treatment and plant design. His commitment to sustainability and mentoring young minds underscores his role in shaping the future of wastewater management.
We are honored to have him with us today to share his extensive knowledge and insights into sustainable wastewater solutions and waste utilization. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Rushant Chandra Bose to the virtual stage.
Sir, you may begin. Excuse me, sir. Sir, I think your connection is a bit unstable. It's lagging. Can you hear me? We will be moving on to the next program, and Mr. Rushan Chandabros will join us soon. So we are privileged to hear from the head of the Department of Chemical and Process Engineering, Professor S.M. Egodage, whose expertise and leadership has been crucial in shaping our department and this conference here today. Dear Madam, the stage is yours.
Thank you. Good morning to you all. After fruitful and detailed speeches of the previous speakers, I have to address formally as the head of the department. Dear Conference Chair, Professor P.G. Ratnasiri, Chair of Industrial Forum and Career Fair, Dr. Maheshi Ratnayaka, Dean, Faculty of Graduate Studies, Professor Ruan Gopura, keynote speakers of the research conference, Professor William Chen from Nanyang Technological University, Singapore, and Professor Mrs. Maheshi Danture Bandara from University of Peradeniya. Guest of honor, Dr. Kishu Gomez, and the keynote speaker of the Industry Forum, Mr. Janaka Gammanpilla. Representatives from industry sponsors and partners, plenary speakers, panelists, authors and presenters, my dear colleagues and chemical and process engineering graduates, and all other participants who attended physically and joined online. I am honored to extend a warm welcome and express my heartfelt gratitude to each of you for your exceptional contributions towards participating in our inaugural International Research Conference, ChemEICon 2024, the Industry Forum and the Career Fair. As we all recognize, chemical and process engineering is an essential field for the sustainable development of various industries. It is with pride I acknowledge the significant role our own chemical and process graduates have played in the industrial development process. The Department of Chemical and Process Engineering has been actively engaged in promoting research and collaboration within the field, particularly focusing nationally significant topics. As almost evident, our undergraduate study program comprises of many modules related to sustainable processes. The department conducts 3 master's degree programs: Polymer Science and Engineering, Masters in Sustainable Process Engineering, and MSc in Energy for Circular Economy. Out of these 3, the latter 2 are mainly related and focused on the sustainability and the circular economy. This conference serves as a platform for undergraduates and postgraduates from several universities and research institutions, not only locally, it's globally, and to showcase outcomes of their research findings, disseminate their discoveries, and engage in meaningful discussions that contribute to the advancement of knowledge in our field. The creative and innovative concepts, those are going to be present at the conference, will be important in finding solutions to industry challenges and driving industrial advancement. The Industry Forum, held alongside in research conference, that offers industry partners and solution providers a platform to showcase their process innovations at the implementation stage. The career fair that helps our undergraduates kickstart their careers immediately after their final year exams by providing job opportunities. Here I can see many students. Dear students, I stress that this conference, Industry Forum and the Career Fair are more than just events. They are a celebration of your achievements and evidence of your potential. You have to grab this opportunity to connect with fellow researchers, technical experts from industry, and you can exchange ideas and establish lasting collaborations that will certainly shape your academic and professional journey. To each presenter of the conference and the industrial forum, I offer my sincerest congratulations and wish you a rewarding and successful experience. I also would like, I will take this opportunity to appreciate the tremendous efforts of the entire academic staff and the students in our department. My special thanks must go to young senior lecturers in the organization committee, because I witnessed their efforts, great efforts of conducting this series of three events with much difficulties, because we have to relocate due to some trade union actions of the non-academic employees in the university, and they have taken much efforts because they have to plan and replan to organize this event. All your hard work, dedication, teamwork, and thorough planning and replanning were instrumental in ensuring the success of these three events: the international conference, the industry forum, and the career fair. Once again, my heartiest gratitude to everyone involved in making the three events a deep success. Let us collectively engage in meaningful conversations. We learn from each other's insights and contribute to the advancement of our discipline, chemical and process engineering. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam, for those inspiring words. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my great honor to introduce our next keynote speaker, Professor Maheshi Bandara. She is a distinguished figure in the field of chemical and process engineering, currently serving in the Department of Chemical and Process Engineering at the University of Peradeniya. She graduated from the Faculty of Engineering at the University of Peradeniya in 2005, specializing in chemical and process engineering. Professor Dantura Bandara completed her PhD studies in engineering science at KU Leuven, Belgium in 2015. She has specialized in life cycle assessment and enhanced mining research.
Upon completing her PhD, she returned to Sri Lanka and joined the University of Peradeniya as a senior lecturer in 2015. Her exceptional contributions to academia earned her a promotion to professorship in 2020. Professor Danture Bandara's extensive experience in life cycle assessment, product carbon footprint analysis, and waste valorization has established her as a leading expert in these fields. Her work involves close collaborations with local industries to popularize the LCA process and implement waste valorization strategies in line with the principles of circular economy. So we are privileged to have her with us today to share her insights and experiences. Please join me in welcoming Professor Maheshi Danture Bandara to the stage.
Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I must say the previous profile picture, it was not mine, it's Professor Mettika's one, so I apologize for Professor Mettika for that. Once again, very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Many thanks for the organizing committee for inviting me to give a speech before this distinguished audience. on the theme of paramount importance, chemical and process engineering for a sustainable future, transformative pathways for circular economy. As we stand at the crossroads of industrial innovation and environmental stewardship, the role of chemical and process engineering in shaping a sustainable future is very important. So let me start my speech with an interesting picture. This is me and my dog in my own little tree house in my backyard, surrounded by a number of big and small trees. This is the place where I observe the miracles of nature. When I'm sitting here, I can see very large and tall trees as well as very little tiny plants. Both types of plants shed their leaves, and then the floor is covered with leaves. With the time, those leaves, the color of those leaves are changing from dark green to light brown. Further, I can see little birds and butterflies are going from flower to flower to suck nectar, and sometimes eating little worms and insects too. As the time being, those shed leaves, dead butterflies, dead birds, and the excreta of various animals become fertilizer and leach into the soil as nutrients. Then the roots of those very big plants and small plants uptake those nutrients for their growth. We all know that this is known as forest ecosystem. So you can see in this picture the forest ecosystem. The most important thing of this forest ecocycle is nothing is wasted. Everything is utilized within the ecosystem, so indeed it is a closed cycle. Now, what will happen when we, that means man, interfere this cycle? We utilize the ecosystem, make new things, as well as we leave many things which do not belong to that ecosystem. So people open up the closed cycle. This is the ultimate result of opening up that closed cycle. We ended up with massive amounts of waste. You can see it in this picture. To produce these materials, we have used plenty of energy and resources derived from nature. So this waste also consists of valuable materials, valuable minerals, materials derived from fossil fuels, rare earths, and many other things extracted from nature. So we are burying resources in landfills, right? Am I right? If we have a close look of this figure, the municipal solid waste generation increases with the time in every region of the world. Global waste is expected to grow to 3.4 billion tons by 2050. The fastest growing regions are Sub-Saharan Africa, South Asia, and the Middle East and North Africa, where by 2050, total waste generation is expected to more than triple, double, and double respectively. Unfortunately, in these regions, more than half of waste is currently openly dumped. If we see the composition, the majority is food waste followed by paper and plastic waste. When it comes to global treatment and disposal of waste, the majority is open dumped and landfilled, as I told you before. Means we are burying valuable resources. The situation of industrial waste is also more or less similar to this. What is the reason? What is the reason for this generation of massive amounts of waste and burying them in landfills? It is a consequence of take, make, dispose attitude and approach we have followed for several decades. We extract resources, produce products, use them, and after using, we throw them away. We have not closed the cycle. This is known as linear economy, and this linear approach has caused several environmental implications, including resource depletion. As a solution for the adverse impacts created by this linear economy, now the world is moving towards another economy, where the waste and pollution are eliminated by circulating products and materials, which is known as circular economy. So instead of disposing, attention is given to restore by reuse, share, repair, and recycle of products and materials. So here you can see, before sending the used products to landfills, urban mining concept come forward to reintroduce the products and materials to material cycles. In this slide, on top of the slide, you can see that the circular economy cycle is connected to landfills and landfill mining as well. I will come back to that in a few minutes. So as we all know, the overall aim of circular economy is to make production processes more sustainable, to maintaining materials in a useful state in products for as long as possible, avoiding material losses, dissipation or hibernation, and emissions to the environment or technosphere. Use of efficient technologies, efficient use of resources, and minimization and valorization of waste and emissions are the principal strategies to reach the aim of the circular economy. Efficient use of resources, efficient technologies. These words are very familiar to chemical and process engineers, right? Why? Is circular economy relevant to chemical and process engineering? Of course, yes. Chemical and process engineering is design and development of processes to produce, transform, transport, and properly use of materials and energy in sustainable ways. So, who else can design efficient technologies to use resources efficiently other than chemical engineers to meet the aims of the circular economy? Now let's see a few transformative pathways that C&P engineers can involve with to achieve circular economy. Waste valorization or giving a value to waste. We can valorize waste either as material or energy. We can find plenty of examples around the world and also from Sri Lanka for waste valorization. I hope you remember one of our leading textile industries in Sri Lanka converted waste plastics into yarn and then to a t-shirt. Around the world, we can find industries who are trying to make different types of bricks from fly ash and bottom ash. When it comes to waste to energy, how can we forget our first ever waste to energy plant in Sri Lanka? A few minutes ago, I showed you a diagram that the circular economy cycle is connected to landfills and landfill mining. Enhanced landfill mining is the link between circular economy and landfills. In Europe and some other parts of the world, all landfills are mined for resources. The mined waste streams are fully valorized as both materials and energy using innovative transformative technologies, respecting to the nature. If they found a waste stream that cannot be transformed to a material or energy with the existing technologies, then that waste stream will be temporarily stored until the proper valorization route is invented. This can be done not only to historic waste streams, but also to present and future waste streams as well. In that way, landfills will become future mines for resources. This diagram shows one of the successful enhanced landfill mining projects in Belgium. So you can see landfills are mined, take the waste out, then separation and material recycling happens. Burnable fraction is sent to plasma gasification. Produced syngas is valorized as electricity, heat and other fuels. Waste from plasma gasification process, plasma rock, is valorized as building material. Finally, land occupied by the landfills will also be regained for different purposes. Is it possible for us to apply this concept to our open waste dumps in Sri Lanka? What could be the bottlenecks? How our waste composition and conditions differ from those of waste in Europe? Will it be feasible environmentally and economically? If not, how can we make it feasible? Those are the things we should think about. Let's see how chemical and process engineering further involve waste valorization. Let me take a recent example. The picture shows a filament we used in 3D printing. It is a polymer, so you know how energy and material intensive it is. Can't we use waste plastics to produce this filament, or waste polyester textile to produce this filament? A few of my chemical engineering undergraduates tried to produce a 3D printing filament using polyester textile offcuts. The preliminary experiments were successful, but to bring it at least to pilot scale, we need to think about these things: process integration, process optimization, process intensification, economics, sustainability, and also industrial symbiosis. Process integration develops a holistic approach for valorization route, while process optimization ensures that process designs remain cost competitive while upholding specifications. Process intensification leads to a cleaner, safer, and energy and material efficient technology. Process sustainability addresses the economic, social, and environmental impact of the entire valorization route. At last but not least, industrial symbiosis. It is very difficult to achieve waste valorization without industrial symbiosis. So here we come again to nature to talk about industrial symbiosis. Nature is the best example for industrial symbiosis. So like in nature, in industrial world also, one factory's waste become another factory's resource. Let me give you one of the oldest examples for industrial symbiosis. You may have heard this, the Guithan group in China. Picture shows the way they valorize their waste streams via industrial symbiosis. Earlier, they had three major waste streams: molasses, filter sludge, and bagasse. And finally, with the help of industrial symbiosis, they valorize them into useful products. In Sri Lanka also, in our sugar industry, now these things are happening. I had a look of the industry forum of this conference. So there also we can find many examples for industrial symbiosis in Sri Lanka. Next to waste valorization, design for sustainability is also very important to achieve circular economy. Designing products and processes with their entire life cycle in mind is essential for achieving the circularity. Chemical and process engineers employ life cycle assessment to evaluate the environmental impacts of products from cradle to grave. By understanding these impacts, we can design processes that are more sustainable and develop products that have longer lifespans and are easier to recycle. Functions like nature or biomimicry is also another approach to design for sustainability. This diagram shows the inspiration gained from the nature to produce sustainable bio-based chemicals and polymers. As we are talking about the nature, I would like to bring your attention to this message given by the famous movie Fukushima 50. That is, we cannot conquer the nature, but we can live in it. So our transformative pathways for circular economy should also be sound for the nature. So to wind up my talk, I urge all of you, engineers, researchers, policymakers, and industry leaders to embrace this challenge and collaborate in our collective effort to build a sustainable future through circular economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam, for that enlightening address, and I would like to apologize on behalf of the organizing committee for the wrong photo at the introductory slide. Now, it's time to extend our heartfelt gratitude and appreciation to Professor Maheshi Bandara for her enlightening keynote address. I call upon the chairperson of ChemEICon 2024, Professor P.G. Ratnasiri, to present Professor Bandara with a token of appreciation, which also includes a hamper generously provided by our gold sponsors, Ceylon Agro Industries Private Limited.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, madam. Next, we have a very special speaker amidst us today. He started his corporate journey starting from Coca-Cola and became the youngest Asian CEO of a US multinational company, Chevron. He achieved #1 return on capital employed during his tenure, and he probably is the CEO with the highest number of individual performance awards in Sri Lanka. His presence is important as he represents the business acumen that complements chemical engineers in the industry, helping us reach our full potential. It is my honor to introduce our guest of honor, Dr. Kishu Gomez, on stage to address the gathering.
Thank you very much. By the way, this photograph was taken about 20 years ago, right? Don't just make any comparisons. At the rate it was going, I thought, I'll have to say good afternoon, but no, it is still good morning. Good morning to each and every one of you. To begin with, let me thank this great institution, Murutua University. I call it Katubedda University because I'm from Katubedda. And before I started going to school, I started going to Katubedda University, not to learn, obviously, to play cricket. Right? So that's my, alliance or affiliation with the Murutua University. And I'm still holding on to a large property very close to your university. And until I die, I will not, sell it. It will be gifted to my sons. I don't know what they will do. So because the area is named after my surname, Gomes Place. So anyway, that's a little bit of ice breaking. My presentation, please. Okay, right. Right. So the topic is very timely, no question about it. Whether this should be a topic once a year, whether it should be once a month, once a week, once a day, I would say it should be a topic for every minute. Because we've reached that level where there is no time to waste, and we need to certainly do what it takes to get out of the mess the world is already in. Circular engineering in practice in the business world, I thought that's what I can speak of with my long years experience working for US multinationals for 33 years and then moving on to Sri Lanka Tourism as the chairman of Sri Lanka Tourism, and then currently, of course, working for many organizations. I do about 8 different jobs, but I still manage time. Don't worry about it. So the opportunities and challenges. So I'm going to share with you some real life examples to tell you how bad the situation is and what needs to be done. Whether as business community we are doing the right thing, and that is what I'm going to share with you this morning. Right. So this is not what I have said. This is said by a British biologist. There is no question that climate change is happening. We feel it, we know it. The only arguable point is what part humans are playing in it. So obviously we are all humans, but my focus is what humans are doing in the world of business. Right. So obviously, a couple of months ago, we were talking about the extreme heat, which we felt in Sri Lanka. I escaped it. I had the opportunity of visiting Europe, so I didn't have to face it that much. But towards the latter part, I had to. So obviously, the world recorded the highest ever temperature in 2024. And as we speak, in Kuwait, for the first time in the history, there is a power cut of 2 hours. Kuwait is experiencing 50 degree temperature. You can just imagine at 50 degrees when you don't have power, what life you can have in a country. Right, so it's alarming. And in India, a couple of months ago, again, it reached 47, 48. It's not heat that humans can easily take. We know that. So overall, if you look at the data there, the temperature has risen by 1.58%. Percentage, looks very small, but when it comes to temperature in the atmosphere, as to what 1% can do in terms of the difference. Globally, 50% of plastic waste is recycled, only 15%, and 11 million tons enter the oceans each year. Right, 11 million tons. Plastic production is projected to be doubled by 2040, but that will lead to the triple amount of plastic that will be disposed into the planet. So obviously, part of it will go to the ocean as well. So 90% of the natural disasters are weather, water related, including drought, wildfires, pollution, and floods. If you look on top, 380 million USD is wasted as a result of that, but this is counted, and my figure is close to $1 billion, minimum $1 billion. Because we know in 2004 when tsunami struck Sri Lanka, we scientifically calculated and said that country lost 1.5 billion USD, but we all know the real impact was over 4 billion or $4.5 billion. Right, so this is what is happening around the world. An example from a country. Saudi Arabia fossil fuel industrial processes contributed to over 600 million metric tons of carbon dioxide emissions in 2022. The irony is that they are holding the World Environment Day in 2024, right? So you're damaging and you're doing damage control. So is that the right way to approach the situation? Right, so in terms of sustainability, obviously this is not something new. This has been spoken about in this world within the business community for the past 3 decades plus. In terms of what has been done in respect of policy, regulations and all that, in terms of multilateral treaties and all that, they're all done very well. We have about 3,700 multilateral, multi-country treaties in the world, 3,700, right? So in terms of paperwork, the world has done a pretty good job, and where we have failed is in terms of implementation, in terms of honoring those treaties. So in terms of what we're experiencing in Sri Lanka, again, yes, we have the right regulations, but regulations are not properly imposed. There are a heck of a lot of deficiencies in law enforcement. I'll give you one example from one of the industries I'm currently in. If you remember, about 6 months ago, the government banned sachets below 20 ml or 20 grams. You go to the market today, you will see enough and more 20 grams, 20 ml, below that level. Plenty of them. So I have had, deliberations with the CEA, and again, as I said, in paper, it's perfect. It's written very well, but imposition on law has always been an issue. And they're complaining about not having enough resources to do the raids. And when they're taken to courts, the legal system, not being in place for them to be able to, penalize the culprits. So we have a long way to go there. So that's one. Business organization policies and values. Me as a person who has worked for US multinationals for 30 plus years, I know globally there are wonderful policies the organizations have embraced and they live by, and some of them are embraced by Sri Lankan organizations as well, and they are well communicated, and kudos to some of the organizations. They go to the extent of communicating these values and policies down to the grassroots level, and some companies go to the extent of getting the employees to sign and confirm that they have understood and that they are giving a pledge to the organization that they will live by those values and policies. So it is certainly happening. Rising environmental concern, there are pressure groups. You can't just mess up with the environment. You'll be on TV. So that is a positive. Technological advancements, the engineers are finding solutions, if not fully, at least partially. There is algae-based plastics now, bio-based plastics now. But at the same time, as you saw in the previous slides, we are disposing, so much plastics into the ocean. Greater consumer awareness and positive attitude. Consumers are aware of the fact that if they do not buy the right one, that they'll be making a contribution to pollute the environment. But when it comes to affordability, there is an issue because environmentally friendly products are not cost effective. that we know very well. But attitude, yes, is positive. Heighten health concerns, that is also helping to achieve sustainable goals. Right, reasons for slow growth, while those are positives, we have so many issues to address as well. Challenges in circular economic best practices, high cost of sustainable practices. If companies are to recycle some of the products they manufacture, their cost of goods will be 50% higher than buying raw materials fresh. So that is an issue. For example, when it comes to a water bottle, simple example of a water bottle, if it is to be recycled, cost of that will be 3 times more or 4 times more. So where are we heading? Cutthroat competition preventing cost absorption. Companies are unable to absorb that cost, because if they do, then they'll be out of the market. They won't be able to be competitive enough to be able to sustain their business performance. So these are some of the issues. Lack of user-friendly and affordable options. Obviously, if I take an example from one of the industries I was in, soft drinks, during my time, it was all glass bottles, and everything became plastics. Now, again, going back to bottles. But how user-friendly is glass bottles as compared to plastics? Right? So there is an issue there as well. Lack of consumer affordability. When it comes to renewable energy, I was with one of the suppliers of solar power to the corporate world, and it was a 2-hour discussion with them. As a company, this is one of the companies I'm heading. We can afford it. There is absolutely no question about it. We need to go that way. But there is an 18% tax on renewable energy, which is VAT, right? So if the government is not making money out of selling power generated through public entities, and they're making losses, the treasury has to chip in with the enormous amount of money for their sustainability. Why is the government still charging VAT on renewable energy? Right? So there is a conflict of interest. We want the country to go that way, but the policies are not friendly. Labor intensive manufacturing processes. When it's light, you need less labor. When it's heavy, you need more labor. So that is a problem in terms of cost. High cost of capital. Again, I take the example from renewable energy. Renewable energy capital investment is huge. If an average house in Sri Lanka wants to have solar, you need to invest at least 350,000 to 500,000 rupees. We have 1.5 million people working in the public sector. How many of them can afford, on top of all the other expenses, how many of them can afford to invest in renewable energy? So there is a mismatch there. Politically driven, inconsistent policies. Governments, when they come into power, they impose good policies. They implement them very well as well. They try to bring the culprits. They catch them through the legal process. But when it comes to closer to an election, all these are relaxed. The imposition of law goes in the opposite direction. So these are some of the issues our country is faced with. Right. So cycling, circular economy is the way forward, no question about it. But if you peruse the journey we have been on so far, we have gone back and forth. We've not been going in one direction. Packaging evolution in the soft drinks industry, I told you about it. Glass to plastics and plastics to glass again. Conglomerates having conflict of interest across BUs. Without naming the organization, let me tell you, there are conglomerates where they produce plastics. They are into businesses where they use plastics to sell their products. And at the same time, they are into other businesses where they need to take care of the environment, present the environment beautifully. Let's take an example of tourism. And the same company is running tourist hotels. So one company produces plastics. The other company that is into tourism, the people who are attached to the tourism industry, tourism business, they go collect the plastics, disposed plastics, from the beaches and from, marshlands and all of that. They claim victory. They say we have collected so much plastics, from this area, that area, right? They don't accept the fact that they are the ones who have actually produced and disposed these plastics into the environment. So this is true for many conglomerates in Sri Lanka. Very sad to say. Since I mentioned it, take time because you're in this subject, you're taking so much interest. Just take the top 5 conglomerates in Sri Lanka, right? And see the businesses they're into. See how many businesses are polluting the environment and how many businesses are trying to find a solution to the pollution they have created, right? This is very true. I mean, just look at the top 25 companies, you will see more examples, right? So there is a major issue there. Electric cars are being charged with energy generated by thermal power. We keep on promoting electric cars, forgetting the fact that we have to charge them using thermal power generated electricity. So where are we heading, right? We are fooling ourselves. So there is an issue there. Inconsistent and funny human practices. Obviously, fossil fuel is burning at a rate and that pollutes the environment. And we are very health conscious and we want to stay fit. We want to look good. And we go jogging. And the jogging track is 2-3 kilometers away. We get into the car and drive up to the jogging track. And we try to cover 3-4 kilometers. So we are funny people, and this is true. And I myself, maybe committing that offense, right? So we need to be conscious about it and do the right thing. Paperless ends up in e-waste. We tend to, use less paper now. Most companies we love to eat out. We go eat out. We are leaving a lot of carbon and lot of pollutants that we know very well. Consumer attitudes are cyclical. The thought process we have now may not be the thought process we'll have in the afternoon. When we listen to these kind of things, when we get engaged in these kind of forums, when we listen to very powerful messages in respect of this subject, we become very conscious about it. We tell ourselves, we need to do the right thing, but how long does that thought process last in us? So we have that issue as normal human beings. Right, so circular engineering is the only way forward, which is very well established and reinforced by the previous speakers as well. Make it happen with a solution-driven mind. Engineers have a long way to go, and they need to keep innovating. They need to find new ways to minimize the pollution. Obviously, everyone else has to support it. It's not something the engineers only can do. It's not anyone else's job, it's our job. And with that attitude, I think we'll be able to find at least a partial solution, and that should be our aim, our determination, and let's work towards creating a better environment, not just for us, for the future generations. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Gomez, for your inspiring words and taking time off your busy schedule to be with us today. I call upon the Head of Department of Chemical and Process Engineering, Professor S.M. Egodage, to present Dr. Kishore Gomez with a token of appreciation, which also includes a hamper generously provided by our gold sponsors, Ceylon Agro Industries Private Limited.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, madam. We will now proceed with the felicitation of our distinguished guests. This is a moment to acknowledge and honor their contributions and support. I call upon the following individuals to present our sponsors and partners with awards. Firstly, to the head of the Department of Chemical and Process Engineering, Professor S.M. Egodage, to present our platinum sponsors with our tokens of appreciation. Firstly, Waste Value Private Limited. Thank you, sir. Haley's Advantis Private Limited. Next up, ChemEICon Private Limited. AN Palm Oil Processing Private Limited. Next, our gold sponsors. Ceylon, I would like to invite Next, to present awards to our gold sponsors, I would like to invite the chairperson of ChemEICon 2024, Professor P.G. Ratnasiri, to present the awards. Firstly, Ceylon Agro Industries Private Limited. Maliban Biscuit Manufacturers Private Limited. We would like to move on to our silver sponsors. CIC Agribusiness. CJ Holdings Private Limited. Cargill's Quality Dairies Private Limited, ATG Holdings, ATG Ceylon, sorry, and the Silver Mills Group. Thank you, sir.
Next, I'd like to call upon Chair of the Industry Forum, Dr. Mahinsasa Ratnayaka sir, to award our technical partners. Firstly, I call upon Alumax PLC. Industrial Solutions Lanka Private Limited. Forbes Marshall Lanka Private Limited. Next, our event partners, PGP Glass Salon. Nalco Waters. Hemas Private Limited. KSPA Packaging.
And our beverage partner, Ceylon Cold Stores. Thank you, sir.
To conclude our inauguration, we have the vote of thanks. Please welcome Dr. Tharushi Kirtisinghe, Senior Lecturer at the University of Moratuwa, the Secretary of ChemEICon 2024, to express our gratitude to everyone who made ChemEICon 2024 possible.
Distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, sponsors, and participants. As we conclude the inaugural ceremony of the first International Research Conference on Chemical and Process Engineering, ChemEICon 2024, I am honored to extend our heartfelt gratitude to all those who have contributed
to making this event a grand success on behalf of the organizing committee. First and foremost, I would like to express our deepest appreciation to the keynote speaker of our research conference, Prof. Maheshi Bandara. Your insightful address has set an inspiring tone for this conference, and your presence has greatly enriched our event. I would also like to extend my sincere gratitude to Prof. William Chen from Nanyang Technological University for delivering a keynote speech despite being overseas travel. His insightful remarks and dedication to sharing his knowledge have greatly enriched our event. I would also like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to Dr. Kishu Gomez, our esteemed guest of honor, for gracing us with his presence and addressing us. His insights and the words of wisdom have been truly inspiring and invaluable to all of us. We are eagerly looking forward to the Industrial Forum later today, where we will have the honor of hearing from Mr. Janaka Gammampila, keynote speaker. We anticipate their addresses will provide valuable insights and further simulate the exchange of ideas within our community. We are also looking forward to 6 technical presentations and the valuable knowledge sharing they will be bringing to the industry forum. I would also like to extend my sincere thanks to Prof. Ajit Alvis for addressing the gathering on behalf of University of Moratuwa and for the message he delivered through his speech. Also, I would like to express my heartfelt thanks to Prof. Gopura, Dean, Faculty of Graduate Studies, for addressing the gathering, and Dr. Thyaparan, Head of the Department of Electronic and Telecommunication, for attending the conference. Your presence and support have been greatly appreciated by all of us. I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to all reviewers for their invaluable feedback and thoughtful suggestions in submitted papers. Your rigorous evaluation and constructive comments have been crucial in maintaining the high standards of the conference. I would also especially thank the plenary speakers and panelists for agreeing to evaluate the technical sessions of our conference, which will be happening later today. A special thank you to the authors who submitted their research papers for our conference. Your contributions are cornerstone of this conference, showcasing cutting-edge research and innovation in chemical and process engineering. Your hard work and dedication are deeply appreciated. Next, I will extend my heartfelt gratitude for all our sponsors whose generous contribution and unwavering support have played a pivotal role in making this event not only possible but also successful. This is the list of sponsors, and my special thanks to our platinum sponsors: Waste to Value Private Limited, Haley's Advantis Private Limited, AN Palm Oil Processing Private Limited, and INSEE EcoCycle Private Limited. Our gold sponsors: Maliban Biscuit Manufacturers Private Limited, Ceylon Agro Industries Private Limited. Our silver sponsors: CIC Agribusinesses, CJ Holdings Private Limited, Cargill's Quality Dairies Private Limited, Silver Mill Group of Industries, and ATG Ceylon. Our technical partners: Industrial Solutions Lanka Private Limited, Forbes Marshall Lanka Private Limited, and Alumex PLC. Our event partners: PGP Glass Ceylon PLC, Nalco Waters, KSPA Packaging, and Hemas Private Limited. And finally, our beverage partner, Ceylon Cold Stores. Your support has been instrumental in ensuring successful of our ChemEICon 2024, and we are immensely grateful for your trust and partnership. I would also like to express my heartfelt gratitude to Prof. P.G. Ratnasiri for his exceptional leadership and his dedication as the chair of ChemEICon 2024. Your guidance and hard work have been pivotal in making this conference a success. Next, I extend my heartfelt thanks to all the national, local and international members of Advisory Committee. Even though they are not physically present, some of them joined online, and your expertise and guidance and commitment have been instrumental in shaping the direction and success of our initiatives. We deeply appreciate your valuable contributions. I would also like to thank the head of the department, Prof. Shanta Igodage, for her continuous support in the conference. The insights and encouragement you provided not only facilitated the smooth execution of the conference, but also greatly enhanced the experience for all the attendees. I would also like to extend my sincere thanks to all the academic staff members of DCPE for their continuous support. Your dedication and guidance have been invaluable in ensuring success of our endeavors. I would also like to extend a special thanks to the Sevas staff for providing us with such excellent venue and facilities with a very short notice, which has contributed significantly to the smooth running and success for our event. To all the student volunteers, I will express my sincere gratitude who involved in organizing committee and everyone who worked tirelessly behind the scenes. Thank you for your dedication and hard work. Your efforts have been crucial in making this event a success. Lastly, to all the participants, including international and local participants, industry professionals, academics and researchers, thank you for your active engagement and contributions in this event. Your enthusiasm and passion in chemical and process engineering have truly made this event a success. As we are marking the end of the inaugural ceremony, ChemEICon 2024, let us be tuned for the next technical sessions and industry forum to carry forward the knowledge, connections, and inspirations we have gained here. We are looking forward to continuing our journey together in advancing the field of chemical and process engineering. Thank you, and I wish you all the very best for your future endeavors.
Thank you, Madam. We have now come to the end of the inauguration session. We hope you enjoy the refreshments in the lobby and take this opportunity to network with fellow attendees. The industrial forum and technical sessions will start at 11:40 a.m. There are 3 tracks available in the technical sessions held in the ground floor.
Thank you for being a part of ChemEICon 2024. Let's make this conference a resounding success. Before moving on to the refreshments, I would like to cordially invite all of you all on stage to take a group photograph. innovation approaches to the forefront of the chemical and process engineering industry. These presentations will cover a range of topics centered around sustainability, the circular economy, and the latest advancements in process engineering.
Our speakers have been invited to share their insights on the challenges they face in their specific industries and how they use innovative solutions to overcome these obstacles. You will hear case studies of their success stories and the opportunities that they have identified for the future. Throughout the day, we encourage you to engage with our speakers, ask questions, and network with your peers. Together, we can drive forward the innovations that will shape the future of chemical and process engineering. To start off today's proceedings, please welcome the chair of this industry forum, Dr. Mahinsasa Ratnayaka, Senior Lecturer at the Department of Chemical and Process Engineering at the University of Moratuwa, for the welcome speech.
Good afternoon, everyone. Head of the Department of Chemical and Process Engineering, University of Moratuwa, Professor Shantha Godage. Conference Chair of ChemEICon 2024, Professor P.G. Ratnasiri. The keynote speaker and the chief guest for the industry forum, Mr. Janaka Gammampila, Group CEO of Silver Mill Group, group of companies. Distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, industry leaders, and my dear undergraduate students. It is with great pleasure and honor that I welcome you all to this Industry Forum 2024. Today we gather as a community of innovators, thinkers, and doers, united by our shared commitment to driving progress in the critical areas of waste valorization and the circular economy. I warmly welcome the chief guest and keynote speaker for this industry forum, Mr. Janaka Gammampila, Group Chief Executive Officer and Deputy Managing Director of Silver Mill Group of Companies. It's an honor, sir, that you accepted our invitation for this event. Then I respectfully welcome the moderator for the panel discussion in this industry forum, Senior Professor Ajit Alvis, Senior Professor at the Department of Chemical and Process Engineering, University of Moratuwa. At last but not the least, I sincerely welcome all the panel members, all the presenters, and special guests and invitees in this industry forum, representing our sponsors, technical partners, industry, and the academia. Parallel to this industry forum, we have a career fair for our recently passed out graduates. It's happening in the ground floor at the moment. I'm thankful to all the companies joined in that career fair as well. We are privileged to have among us some of the brightest minds and the most influential leaders from the diverse range of sectors here. Your presence here today is a testament to the leaders, to the importance of this forum and the critical role it plays in facilitating dialogues, sharing insights, and inspiring action towards a more sustainable future. Over the course of this forum, we will explore a selected essence of the latest trends, challenges, and opportunities in the waste to value and waste valorization, and as well as the circular economy practices. We will hear from visionary speakers, engage in thought-provoking panel discussion here, and have opportunity to network with our peers here who share our passion for transforming waste into valuable resources, promoting sustainable practices in the industries as well. So I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all our sponsors, technical partners, and organizing committee for their tireless efforts in bringing this forum into a reality. So I warmly welcome you all to this industry forum. Together we have the power to shape a brighter and a more sustainable future through waste valorization and circular economy. Thank you all for being here, and I wish you all a productive and inspiring forum ahead. I hereby declare open this industry forum and the career fair. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mahin Sasa, for that warm welcome. Next, we have the main event of the day, which is the panel discussion with our technical partners to showcase their latest process innovations.
To begin the panel discussion, I would first like to invite our distinguished panel members on stage. From AEN Palm Oil Processing Private Limited, we have from INSEE EcoCycle Lanka Private Limited, we have the Business Development Manager of INSEE EcoCycle, Mr. Buddhika Batigama. From Industrial Solutions Lanka Private Limited, I would like to invite the Director Environmental Engineering of Industrial Solutions Lanka, Mr. Priyan Suryarachi, to join us on stage. Representing AEN Palm Oil Processing Private Limited, I would like to invite the General Manager of AEN Palm Oil Processing, Mr. Ralinda Mallavarachi, to take a seat on our panel. From Forbes Marshall Lanka Private Limited, I would like to invite the Product Manager of Forbes Marshall Lanka Private Limited, Engineer Danushka Dasanayaka, to join us on the panel. And finally, representing Alumex PLC, I would like to invite the Executive of Research and Development, Mr. Gayan Indira, to take a seat on stage.
Thank you, sir. To moderate this session, we have a very special member of our lecturing staff. Senior Professor Ajit Dialvis is the recipient of numerous awards in recognition of his work, most notable being the Senior Moulton Medal from the Institution of Chemical Engineers, United Kingdom, the Dankworth Maxwell Award from the University of Cambridge for the Best PhD Thesis. He also served as the project director of the Coordinating Secretariat for Science, Technology and Innovation in Sri Lanka since 2013, and is currently the Chief Innovation Officer at the National Innovation Agency, Sri Lanka. He is deeply passionate about homegrown solutions for the problems of our nation, and his expertise is bound to add value to our conference discussion today. It is my great pleasure to respectfully invite Senior Professor Ajit Dialvis on stage as the moderator of the panel discussion.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed, I would like to give you a brief introduction on how our panel discussion will work. So we will invite each of our panelists, our presenters from our technical partners, to conduct a presentation on stage. And after that, we will open a Q&A session, which will be moderated by Senior Professor Ajit Dialvis, during which you may raise any questions that you may have regarding the presentation that was concluded.
Moving on to our first section. This company is a pioneer in sustainable and industrial waste management. They are known for providing eco-friendly process solutions across a wide range of industries. Let's have a look at the corporate video from INSEE EcoCycle Lanka. I would now like to invite Mr. Buddhika Batigama from INSEE EcoCycle to conduct the presentation on transform to a circular economy through process improvements.
Good morning, distinguished guest, Senior Professor Ajit Elvis, Senior Professor Ratnasiri, and other fellow doctors and other chief guests. So it's a great pleasure for me to address on this distinguished panel about how INSEE EcoCycle is working on this sustainability journey through the circular economy concepts towards the more cleaner, more better nation for the fellow future generation. So since we are having a little bit of a competition with the time, let me go through the presentation. I think almost all of you know who we are. INSEE EcoCycle has been in the waste management industry Sri Lanka for past 21 years through the cement kiln co-processing technology, which was started in 2003 with the introduction of hazardous waste to the co-processing in 2009, where this is the best available technology for the hazardous waste management in the country. Now, we have been disposing more than 1 million metric tons of waste from the country for more than 1,000 clients in the working, covering private organizations, government organizations, as well as education institutions like universities, research institutes. So when we come into this waste management and circular economy, we know waste management is a key aspect on circular economy, where we need to find a circular solution rather than moving from take, make and dump linear model. Here we have to give a solution for the ultimate waste generated in this process. The practice has been to put it, divert into a convenient solution like here what we see landfilling or incineration solutions. We are giving the most convenient or the lowest cost solution rather than the best solutions on cement kiln co-processing. Likewise, here the challenge is how we can tackle or how we can close the loop on more circular manner. There we comes the material recovery part, where co-processing is much ahead of landfilling or incineration technology, where we started in 2003 and where we are continuing on this journey for this 21 years. I mean, Dr. Maheshi gave me a good starting point in her presentation, how this waste issue has been in the country, the landfills or industrial waste, how difficult to find a solution. Even Dr. Kishore Gomes highlighted the issues where this circular economy has to address. Now, the issues where, as a waste management company, being covering almost all parts of the country, covering more than 1,000 corporate clients, we face the particular questions Dr. Kishore addressed, such as the economies of the circular economy, the supply chain challenges, market demands, as well as the consumer behavior and education. Those issues are the hindrance factors where we need to introduce changes to the process, improvements, in order to give a proper solution, give a sustainable solution with keeping the environment clean and making this cement manufacturing a quality product. So on this journey, what we have so far conducted are discussed through my presentation. So the first example will be about Resource Recovery Center, where we are providing solutions for the industrial waste, the leading FMCG manufacturers in the country, who we always pinpoint their waste is not properly managed. But INSEE or EcoCycle, where we are working together with those clients on their sustainability agenda, where how we can support them to close the loop, how we can support them on reverse logistics, how we can support them on waste supply chain, where we do the collections, we do the processing, we do the ultimate solution. Here you can see at the beginning of the project, we were just recovering 10% of the material on this journey. But within 4 years, we have been able to capture 60% of the recoverable material back into the loop. That can be either recycling, reusing, or repurpose, rather than making them or recovering just the energy or landfilling, where ultimately the material and the energies are dumped. So these are certain changes where we need to involve, where we need to find the optimum processes, optimum steps to match the financials. Ultimately, waste management is cost. There are associated costs on processing, as well as the other hygienic factors, compliance, legal requirements, OHS, and the ultimate product quality, where most of the end product manufacturers are reluctant to use because of the property loss or the quality loss in the waste management, where as the waste management company, we have to make sure these our processes are fulfilling their needs. For example, sorting or color sorting, material sorting, those are very challenging steps and very labor intensive. With the economies of the scale in the country, we cannot introduce artificial intelligence or optical recognition or image sensing to these volumes. So we have to always identify the best process, best steps in this journey. So we have set up the benchmarking on high recycle and high recovery rate through the process from 10% to 60% in past 5 years, with the more compliance manner like transparency, reporting, legal compliance, that sort of value addition, where we discussed about the valorization, where the clients can give a better solution to cover their cost borne for this waste management concept. Next thing, how we can close the loop on plastics. We know plastic is the mostly discussed matter once it comes to waste management in the current context. There are certain recycling solutions available in the country. We know recycling. However, we see, yes, there is a recycling, but those are mostly kind of not back into the loop, where a packaging like this is not, I mean the product or the material is not going back to the material, but it goes to a downgraded product like flower pots or furniture, that sort of thing. This is a project where right now we are working on with our expertise, with our chemical engineers, existing chemical engineers, as well as the past chemical engineers, driving a common objective to introduce recycled plastics back into the loop, where we can say that the product manufacturer is truly using recycled plastics rather than using or diverting these plastics into a secondary product like flower pots or paper covers or something like that. This is a journey where we see all the challenges Dr. Kishu highlighted, the technology, the financials, the tax system, and the supply chains, all are giving these challenges, where our engineers are working on how to give a proper technology, proper process development on this journey. And Dr. Maheshi highlighted the municipal solid waste problem, how big the problem is where we are facing. If you all of us know what happened to Mitotamulla, it's a kind of a menace for all of us, and how EcoCycle has been working on this journey for the past 10 years or 12 years to tackle this solution, where now we are able to accept more than 1,500 metric tons of non-recyclable, non-biodegradable waste in a sustainable manner. Through the cement kiln co-processing, we could eliminate or we could stop landfilling in the country, where mostly the non-recyclable portion was landfilled with the contamination, so making the soil degradation, the leachate, all the issues in the past years. Together with the waste to energy, where they are covering mostly the western province, but we are managing almost all over the country. I mean, 8 out of 9 provinces are covered through our network, through our logistics channel, in order to give a sustainable solution to the municipal solid waste in a in the best available technology where we are working. But this journey has not been a bed of roses. We had a lot of obstacles, lot of challenges, especially with the unknown compositions, how we can maintain the quality with the moisture, with the chlorine or with the sulfur, where lot of process challenges, a lot of chemical challenges, lot of financial challenges gave us throughout this journey to give a sustainable and continuous journey without disrupting the waste generators. Now, all this has been on our sustainability agenda in order to give a more circular solutions to our clients as a nation. For example, we know cement is a mineral product made from calcium carbonate. Indeed, it is emitting carbon dioxide. We cannot stop emitting carbon dioxide. We cannot talk about a net zero model in cement production. However, now we are in a journey to reduce the carbon dioxide emission on this process. For example, we are targeting to bring down the net carbon dioxide emission from 450 to 338 by 2030 through lot of changes, like using municipal solid waste to replace coal, using backhauling where the transport diesel consumption reduction, as well as using less clinker by using other raw materials, where I'm going to discuss further through my slideshow. We are working on how to decarbonize the cement production through different changes. These are the challenges. I mean, those are quite interesting facts for all of us, all of the engineers. However, behind these are the balancing the processes, the chemicals, the machines, the systems, the processes, keeping the proper conditions. There are a lot of challenges faced on this process where we have to make sure the financials are met, the quality is met, as well as the client need is met. Those are the solutions where we working on this challenge in these innovations. For example, we are working in symbiosis with Ceylon Electricity Board to give a solution for their fly ash and bottom ash, where Dr. Maheshi discussed to give a fly ash solution. The fly ash cement we introduced for the first time in the journey to introduce low carbon cement, and something where bottom ash is not a attractive waste, where mostly those bottom ash properties are not there, but we are giving the solution for the bottom ash even through the cement kiln processing to give a sustainable volume and a continuous business to the Ceylon Electricity, where this the industrial symbiosis which really happens in the country. I mean, there are a lot of cases where we are not fulfilling or not giving solutions. However, there are cases where we have good examples or role models where we can start the processes. This is something where I want to little bit educate how the cement manufacturing is working on here in Sri Lanka. We have the one and only kiln system in the country where we can introduce waste in multiple options. Where I'm going to start this slide as a startup for my next slide. This is the burner where we give the energy, thermal energy, to transform calcium carbonate into clinker through this kiln system, where our process engineers, proud Moratuwa University graduates, introduced this satellite burner, kind of a modification to the burner system to introduce more waste and dispose more waste in an economical manner. This is a design made by our engineers. A lot of chemical engineering graduates from Moratuwa University are working on there. So their design ultimately made the process more smoother with a stable flame, less heat loss, and higher waste feed rate, where we can maintain the process without any difference or with the introduction of this satellite burner concept. So we can reduce the amount of heat loss, amount of primary feeding into the system, where we can introduce more waste with less impact to the system, where we have the need of lesser fossil fuel. that sort of changes where we have been working on the past process innovation in the process department. This is another example where we changed or we made the changes to the traditional the solution for the laboratory chemicals, where most of us used to pour the chemical wash off for the first lab wash into the clean sink, where this has discharged into the common drainage. Where now we have introduced a total solution, a comprehensive solution to the universities, regulatory authorities, as well as the commercial agencies, where they can properly dispose their lab wash off. Not only the lab wash off, but for the past 8 or 7 decades, there are a lot of accumulated obsolete chemicals in the chemical laboratories. Even Moratua University, Peradeniya, Kelaniya, Open University, Government Analyst Department, they had tons of obsolete chemicals without a proper solution. On the other hand, we must appreciate their effort where they have been keeping these chemical hazards within their premises without damaging the environment and storing them. But our team could make changes into the traditional pre-processing change and make sure these chemicals are disposed in a safe manner, in a sustainable manner, in an environmental friendly manner, without impacting the cement quality and the clinker quality as well as the emissions. This has been a great challenge where we want to do maintain all the aspects, safety, compliance, legal framework, and we could give a proper solution where most of the industries, most of the universities are free of obsolete chemicals. I think Moratua is the first university we started 5 or 6 years ago with Professor Shantawalpolage. So it's a great pleasure for me to even support on my university on these processes where we could introduce better solutions. And this is another first time step. We introduced a solar drying system capturing the solar energy to reduce the moisture rather than using artificial or the fossil fuel burn drying systems, rather than using solar energy to dry the material. This is also another special case where our colleagues optimize the process, optimize the drying process with proper conditions, proper parameters, airflow, lighting, ventilation, everything to maintain the optimum process conditions to get the maximum drying output in a lowest time. Another investment we have made in the recent past, a pyrolysis plant. We know pyrolysis is a common technology right now available in the country. There are a lot of pyrolysis plants operated in the country. However, we have been able to optimize or improve the process to get the maximum oil yield. This is a step, or this is a process where rubber, tire or other latex or whatever waste can be burned inside the closed chamber without oxygen free environment and get synthetic pyrolysis oil. We have been able to optimize the process up to get like from 30% yield to 46% yield in the recent past with approaching the scientific method and the process changes. And this is something where right now we are working on, the construction demolition waste, where still we don't have a proper solution. It is landfill, but this is a waste. Waste is something where we known or we define as a resource which is in a wrong place on a wrong time. We see CDW as a great example for that, where a lot of processes, lot of pure or kind of a non-contaminant material we can take on. And right now we are working on with these several universities, the graduate study units, where we can introduce or where we can use demolition waste to replace the minerals, sand, river sand, as well as the gravel or granite, where we have the processed material without harming the environment. We know we have water, we have energy, we have sun, air, but material is more scarce, more expensive to. If we consume more natural resources, it is more impacting to the future generation. So we are working on this together with this decarbonization journey as well as giving a solution for this demolition waste. Finally, this is another product. Unfortunately, this is not from our, Sri Lankan context. Our mother part is working on the cellulose or recycled cellulose based product, replacing wood. We can replace the timber planks or whatever the timber flooring with this product where INSEE is introducing using recycled plastics. So without taking time, let me conclude my presentation where INSEE has been working, EcoCycle has been working on this circular economy with lot of changes we could deliver to the nation, and we are proud we could make the process changes for the betterment of the world. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. I would now like to hand over the controls to our moderator, Senior Professor Ajit Dialvis.
Thank you. Thank you, Buddhika. That's seriously loaded with examples. Yes, right. I'll just ask a quick question. I think time as well, but let's hope the industries who are present also maybe make use of the opportunity, because here we have 5 here, right? And maybe an opportunity sometimes that we don't have this exchange happening. So that extent of work that you are doing may not be really sometimes known. So this is again an opportunity, and I hope the others will also join me with some couple of questions. Now you are probably the only waste management company here, right? I mean, it's not taken from that extent. In the industry scale, you are predominantly looking at providing a solution to someone's else. Now our theme here has been like circular economy. In the way I looked at and the way you presented the so many developments, very first question is, are you limiting your engagement in dealing with waste based on your cement kiln? That is, whether it's co-processing or co-firing, are you limiting your managing waste of others with the technology that you have, or you are looking at going outside that? Cement kiln is part of the solution, that you are ready to explore other solutions to bring circular solutions to waste.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Now, traditionally we have been working on this co-process technology, which is revolving around the cement kiln. It has been our bread and butter for the past 20 years, past 21 years. But if I directly answer to your question, sir, not at all. Now we are working more outside the cement kiln. For example, textile recycling, the fabric recycling, plastic recycling, demolition waste, reusing, that sort of more recycling avenues where we are working on, where we need a solution in the country. For example, like plastic waste, as I highlighted in the presentation, we want to give a proper higher quality recycled plastics rather than the downcycled plastics. So we are developing our capacities, competencies with the industry leads as well as the academia to improve the recycled plastics to replace the virgin material. On the other hand, the fabric industry or the textile industry quite dominant in the country. Now, through our literature, what we found is mostly cotton has a solution, polyester has a certain solution. However, those are limited with the economies as well as the solutions. Right now, we are working with research institutes in foreign parties where we can extract 99% of the polyester through the hydrothermal process, hydrolysis process, where we can extract polyester and digest cotton part and use this polyester fabric back into the yarn, transforming into a open it, make fiber and back into yarn. That sort of non-kiln based solutions we are working on. So we have a separate business segment right now as kiln based solution as well as circular solutions. We are in the journey, so hopefully in future we can give more and more recycled circular solutions.
Anyone who wants to join in with a question?
Yesterday actually both Professor Ajit and me in Kardiana, they have a team established the pyrolysis reactor for the leftovers from the composting plant. You also have a pyrolysis plant for the, I think, rubber waste. So what you are doing with the, your product from the pyrolysis?
Yes, sir. Now pyrolysis plant has 3 products. One is the syngas, carbon black, as well as the oil. So syngas is circulated, and the carbon black we are using for our internal process together with the oil. So in the cement kiln, we can feed oil as well as a carbon black. So it's a fully circular, fully closed loop business. Whatever the material, it circulates within our premises, within our cement kiln after the pyrolysis. The intention of introducing a pyrolysis plant is there are certain quality challenges on this polythene fraction or the rubber fraction with the sulfur, that sort of additives, where through the pyrolysis process we could change this into a more acceptable waste like carbon black and waste oil or the pyrolysis oil, where we can feed in the cement kiln without any disruption. So there's no waste in our system because we can use the product by ourselves.
Are you the only industry at the moment doing the pyrolysis of tires, or someone else is doing?
I think 4 are in operations, 3 are in our adjacent yard. One is owned by our department graduate actually. He has been with us and Chamara, and there's one more in Putlam and one more in, I think, East Coast as well as Horona. Few more is coming.
Thank you.
It's like monthly we are feeding like 12 to 15 batches, so like 3 to 4 tons per batch, likewise. Yeah.
When you said answer the carbon black, you said you're feeding the carbon black and the oil back into the cement kiln. So it seems like you are still taking a decision based on your cement kiln mill there. Is there any way that the production of carbon black and the pyrotic oil stuff can go to another area, another party, another industry to support with a little more value addition?
The reason for us to use pyrolysis ourselves is we are using not as a replacement for the waste, but we have our own need to use. If we do not use pyrolysis, we will have to purchase HFO from the Petroleum Corporation for the kiln startups. So we are using this pyrolysis for ourselves rather than sending it outside and buying back fossil fuel. So carbon black itself, it's a very difficult, very dirty material. So all who are handling knows the challenge on handling that. So rather than, there were certain trials, tests done to introduce into tire industry where the properties didn't match to use for the tire, those carbon blacks generated from the pyrolysis. So currently the best solution where we can give was introducing into the cement kiln.
So it looks like you can declare yourself as the nation's circular economy partner.
Indeed.
Right, over to, I think we can go to the second.
Thank you, Mr. Buddhika Batigama, for your presentation and your answers, and thank you, Senior Professor Ajit Dialvis, for handling that Q&A session so masterfully. Next up on our agenda, we have a very special guest who will be speaking to you today. He graduated from University College London as a chemical engineer, but later on decided to integrate management into his already broad skill set later in his career. He has over 2 decades of experience in the food, home, and personal care industry, and distinguished himself in innovation planning, demand planning, and supply chain management before ultimately becoming the group CEO of the Silver Mill Group. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for today's keynote speaker, Mr. Janaka Gammanpila. Please join us. The stage is yours, sir.
Okay, good afternoon. Thank you for having me over for the keynote address for this first ChemEICon conference. Let me start with a question, and I need answers, please. I'm not going to give a box of chocolates or anything like that, but it's good to understand. Do you know what this is? Anyone? The students? No? You've seen my slides, so you can't answer. It's a gasifier. So what does a gasifier do? Our industry is into coconut. Coconut tree is known as the kapruka. However, I mean, we say that all parts of the coconut tree is used. But there is one area which is, there is a lot of energy which is not used. So traditional way of making charcoal for the activated carbon industry, when you consider the value that Sri Lanka generates from sale of coconut products, activated carbon resides high in that list. How it is done? You have open burning under control conditions. All the methane, carbon monoxide, hydrogen, etc. is vented out to the atmosphere. I saw some colleagues from Haley's Advantis. HECAB is one of the biggest. This is, no offense to you, but this is pollution in someone else's backyard. Yeah? This is supposed to be a new generation kiln, where you have 6 pits around this, and you have a chimney stack in the middle. What is that chimney stack for? Burning the volatiles and venting it out to atmosphere. We in food industry do a lot of drying, so hence we need to use a lot of steam. For that, for possibly about 20 years, we've been using biomass as a source of fuel, so hence it's carbon neutral in that sense. But we see an opportunity in this. So what are the benefits of gasification? We as an organization generate 10,000 tons of coconut shells a year through our activity in Sri Lanka alone, 2 factories. We give our coconut shells to those who manufacture charcoal firstly, which then subsequently goes into activated carbon. So we have 2 world giants in activated carbon in Sri Lanka, HECAB being one and Jacobi being the other. And there are smaller players as well. In gasification, 10,000 tons will give you 3,000. No? It's equivalent to 1.68 million liters of diesel. If you equate it to the most common form of diesel being transported, the 6,600 liter Bowsers, that's 254 Bowsers equivalent. So there's a lot of energy that is currently wasted. We might, as an industry, account for about 8% of total coconuts that are available for industrial use, which happens to be 1/3 of the national output. So you can understand the quantum of energy that is currently wasted, the potential energy that is currently wasted. So benefits are you're utilizing a waste product to drive circularity. We generate it, we derive the energy, offsetting a biomass that is currently being used. And the charcoal itself is a value-added byproduct, which is, there are many takers. It's also a commoditized product. We will firstly be looking at generating the energy, utilizing the energy within the boilers, but later on we have big plans to expand it and even get into power generation, so as to be self-generating even in electricity. Generating charcoal, which is again a value add. And for us, we are cost-conscious industry. Steam cost resides the 4th slot in my cost of production. So I'm now having, with this, I'm having greater control in controlling my cost in that area. The last one is still to be established. Professor Maheshi is someone who's resourced, I think, to help us address this. We are also talking to other resource individuals whether there is a carbon sequestration opportunity as well in the process, or offsetting opportunity as well. Moving on, we do have some challenges. This is still under commissioning. We actually installed 2 units, each taking 1 ton of coconut shell an hour. One is excessive tar generation. So that's an area that we really need help in, and I'll probably reach out to Buddhika in terms of how he's managing the tar in the syngas from his pyrolyzer. And maybe we can exchange notes to see what we could do. There are established technologies, but coconut shell tar seems to be a bit more challenging. We installed a scrubber, but that has limitations. So here is an opportunity for the youngsters in the audience. Industry, academia solution. So think about it. Chances are, you might see tar as a waste, but I see tar as an opportunity. If you can collect it, probably it could be used for some other industry. Scale up, we will have limitations. Economically collecting coconuts, the 2/3 of the crop that the country produces, is consumed by all of us at home. There is no economical means of collecting that coconut shell and bringing it into industry. So for that, this same technology can be used for almost any biomass. With the ideas of greater sustainability built in, we're looking at getting into bamboo. There again, a thicker culm bamboo purely for biomass. And later on, you'll see possibly gasifiers with bamboo as well. And bamboo is one plant where you can still maintain the green canopy and continue to harvest through selective harvesting, culm at a time, and ensure that green canopy is maintained whilst the material is harvested. This ties in with our ESG journey. So ESG stands for Environment, Social and Governance, for those who don't know. We run our ESG journey under the theme of going beyond for our people and planet. And being an agribusiness, we care deeply about the environment. And much of our produce, about 85% of our revenue comes from exports. And we partner global giants. They are more concerned from a consumer lens to have green credentials. And much of their carbon footprint comes from the supply chain, that is from manufacturers like us. So with that in mind, we have called out 2 big goals to achieve. One is to be CO2 net zero by 2030, and the other one is to be water positive by 2030. The CO2 net zero, chances are that will surprise you by being CO2 negative by 2030. Being in agri, we are blessed because carbon capture and sequestering is relatively easy. You grow something, harvest, bury it in ground, carbon capture and sequestering. So if you put land to better use, I think you can achieve these objectives. Easier said than done, but there are strategies that we are working on to get to that. Water positivity, I'll not elaborate on, but that's another goal that we have. All these are going to be done through our Silver Mill Foundation, because we need to ensure that there is no element of green washing, blue washing, white washing, whatever you'd call it, any form of washing, because we are dealing with global multinationals and brand reputation is at stake. There are n number of companies, Sri Lankan as well as overseas, who are caught in poorly reporting numbers, and hence they have to backtrack. I'm not going to name any names of organizations, but there has been quite a lot in the recent press. And one of the entities that was involved in carbon accounting, Vera, also had to had some issues with respect to the way in which they were accounting for carbon. And hence some of those companies who adopted that route of offset calculation had also to go back on some of the commitments that they made and the numbers that they have showcased. So therefore, we would like to work with organizations of international repute to ensure that there is no form of any washing in the numbers, So for our carbon journey, we are working with International Finance Corporation, an entity of the World Bank. And for water positivity, we are working with the International Water Management Institute, IBMI. They're based in Sri Lanka. Their global office is based in Sri Lanka. Okay, how does this tie in with our organization? We are a coconut company, 100 plus years, 104 to be exact this year, in existence. We are coconut and spice. I mean, we call ourselves an agribusiness. That lends to a much wider definition of the business, which we can move into. With the Coconut Land Bank, coconut only occupies 28%. There is a lot of opportunity for us to get into other fields of agri exports if in the event we are to add value and do. We have customized solutions to global brands, 50 plus countries spread across all the continents, some very long-standing relationships. We operate in 4 sectors: food solutions, beverages and liquids, power and energy, and industrial solutions. So we actually play to the all aspects of the Kapruka that we have as our primary source of strength. One area, this is the last slide. When one looks at energy, one is focused purely on electricity. And then we talk about coal, thermal, and then about hydro, wind, and solar. But there is a lot in biomass. Not biomass as a source of electricity, that's one. But a lot of biomass is being consumed at homes. We have about 4 to 5 million households in the country, and a lot of them are not using gas. They're still dependent on the humble wood. There is 32% of Sri Lanka's energy needs being met out of biomass in the country. Now, here is a challenge to the youngsters. The gasification technology is not new, but if you were to miniaturize it, think of it like a home stove. I put in my coconut shell that is generated the previous day into it, along with maybe some other biomass, and I generate the gas that is required for me to do the cooking today. That gas is adequate, hopefully, and the char that is coming in can be a value-added raw material to anyone. If you're using coconut shell, HECAB will have a mechanism to collect it because it's of high value add rather than the coconut shell. So therefore, you could afford the additional transport cost. If it is a piece of log, by all means, put it in the ground if the char is still there. It is carbon capture and sequestering. Chances are that somewhere in the world, someone will pay for it. If not for a Sri Lankan, someone will pay for it for you to offset their carbon footprint by doing this. So I want to leave you with that. I think there is tremendous opportunity in this whole carbon economy. Thinking differently. I think all of us can make the country far greener as well as for it to be a money spinner for the country. So I think we need to look at things in a very differentiated manner. And this is an example of what we are trying to do, not yet out of the woods. So anyone who's working in tar and tar management, please leave you my number. Do call me. We can have a good engaging discussion on that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for that enlightening keynote. I would like to ask you to please come on stage as we present you our token of appreciation for being with us today. To present our token of gratitude, I would like to cordially invite the head of the department, Professor Shanta Egodage. Thank you, sir. Thank you, madam.
Before we return to the technical presentations, let us see a brief message from one of our sponsors. Starting in 1920, Silver Mill is a preferred strategic manufacturing partner for many global food and beverage brands catering to their coconut and non-coconut related requirements, covering food ingredients and beverage sectors. They continue to innovate industrial solutions and renewable energy offerings. Let us take a brief moment to see a video from our silver partner, the Silver Mill Group of Companies.
The next company I would like to introduce has a lean team of professionals focused on sustainable energy and the environment. They have been in operation for nearly 14 years and have expanded to Indonesia. Their innovations lie on the cutting edge of chemical and process engineering innovations. Our next presentation will be on revolutionizing water treatment, the role of membrane technology in sustainable development by Mr. Priyan Suryarachi on behalf of Industrial Solutions Lanka Private Limited. Sir, the stage is yours.
Good afternoon all. Hope you all are having a good time in this esteemed occasion organized by Chemical Engineering Department of University of Moratuwa. So I'm thrilled and I'm honored to be here as a technical partner for this special event. So we have organized a special topic as well, the revolutionizing water treatment, the role of membrane technology in sustainable development. So let's move on to the So give me a couple of minutes to introduce our company, Industrial Solutions Lanka. We have been serving Sri Lankan industries in the past 2 decades in water and energy, environment and energy sector as a consultant and service provider in 450 plus successful projects in water treatment, wastewater treatment, solid waste management, utility systems, and all the pollution mitigation projects, and also the renewable energy. We have 2 arms in energy and environment. So I'm heading the energy division of ISL. So I'm honored to present our unique value propositions. So we are our technological expertise and the innovation and also the best customer service we providing. So we take it as our unique value proposition in the service sector. So let's move into our today's topic. We all know that we are the water scarcity is a real factor in the global arena, that only a minimum 3%, a little 3% is from the Earth's water resources is fresh water, which can be utilized for all the industrial applications as well as human and animal consumptions. So that is where this topic comes in, the requirement of advanced water, I mean the separation technology like membrane technology to generate fresh water from all the water sources available in Earth. So membrane is a permeable or semi-permeable solid material that selectively, I highlight the word selectively, control the transport rate of species in source water, allowing certain constituents to pass while blocking others. So when we classify membranes, it can be classified in several sectors like nature of the membrane, structure of the membrane, geography, and the transport mechanism. So when it comes to nature of the membrane, it can be synthetic and biological, and obviously all the commercially available membranes are synthetic, either in organic or inorganic. And in structure, symmetric, asymmetric, and in geometry, it could be tubular, hollow fiber, and fat sheet. And in transport mechanism, it could be dense and porous. So another very important diagram I'm showing in this presentation, where this filtration spectrum. So when it comes to membrane technology, this diagram is very important. So here we are focusing about the pressure-driven membrane processes, starting from micron filtration, where the typical pore size goes from 100 to 0.1 microns, very useful in suspended solid separations. And then we goes into the ultrafiltration. Obviously, the pore size goes from 0.1 to 0.01, and very useful in disinfection. But in Sri Lankan context, very rarely UF is utilized for the disinfection, but it's a very sustainable and very useful technology for the disinfection. Where all the microorganisms and the proteins and organic matters could be filtered, and the ionic particles will be transferred to the membrane. So then we comes into the nanofiltration, which lies in between UF and RO. nanofiltration is yet to be fully discovered in the global arena as well, I mean in commercially, but it is a very useful method to separate divalent ions from a waste stream. So for the last and not the least, the famous RO. RO is obviously very small pore sizes, but the phenomenon is different from other processes as well, and obviously very high pressure driven process. And RO is very economically, the most economically feasible method for monovalent salt separation from waste, I mean water streams, compared to the conventional heat governed processes. So designing of a membrane system is not that easy job. There are several designing softwares available with most of the membrane manufacturers, but the design engineer has to have the basic, I mean the fundamental knowledge on how the design has to be done and what are the factors has to be catered, starting from the membrane selection, the fluxes, the beta factors, the flow orientation, and all those factors has to be considered before we are going for a membrane system. And also the feed water characteristic, chemical and physical parameters of the waste stream, I mean the water stream, the inlet stream, has to be considered before going for a membrane system, for the sake of going for a membrane system. Because in Sri Lankan context, the membrane system, there's a myth like the membrane systems are just failure systems. That's mainly because of the Sri Lankan, most of the membrane or RO systems are just bought from I mean China or somewhere else without it's particularly designed into the source of water. So that is main reason for the most of the I mean membrane systems to be failed rather than earlier than expected. So membrane technology is very popular among I mean past couple of decades, very popular among the industries because of the various benefits it's provided to the industries. So I'll start with the water quality. So membrane technology is very proven, successful and well recommended technology for excessive treated water quality applications. For example, I have shown here 4 pictures of a plant where the incoming wastewater is more than 4000 COD and it is treated below 20 COD with only one treatment unit, activated sludge plus MBR system. With only one treatment, applying only one treatment unit, we have been able to remove COD around 4000. So that's the capability of membrane systems. Then we can highlight the water reuse and recycling ability of applying membrane technologies. We have been trying with several UF membranes to reuse both domestic and industrial wastewater treatment plants to apply ultrafiltration at the end for the treated water, where the treated water can be reused for the washing, toilet washing, cooling systems, and several other non-potable purposes. When it comes to resource recovery, we have, I can refer several examples where we have applied membrane technologies for the resource recovery from the waste stream. One example is where we recently commissioned a plant with battery effluent where the lead is recovered from using filter press membrane separation. Obviously, there are other primary separation, primary and secondary treatment as well, and also leachate effluent humic acid recovery with nanofiltration. So I'll have a detailed discussion about that one later in the slide, and copper recovery from copper plating industry using a filter press. And also, there are considerable benefits in energy efficiencies and low footprint with compact designs in membrane technologies. So here I'm highlighting two groundbreaking cases where we have utilized membrane technology to reuse treated water and separate resource recoveries and also get excessive treated water qualities. So here I'm sharing a PNID of a recently completed pharmaceutical industry where the location is in Colombo district. So they had a case where all the relevant authorities are not allowing any discharge from their facility to the environment because of the APIs, activated pharmaceutical ingredients in their effluent stream. So we came up with a solution to recover 85% of their effluent to be reused for their cooling tower makeup water, and using the chemical treatment, biological treatment, MBR and RO. The rest of the 15% is evaporated using multiple effect evaporators, and the salt is recovered. So there is one groundbreaking project we have done, and a couple more exactly the same plants have been coming after this one. Now all the pharmaceutical industries are going for zero liquid discharge. The next one is leachate treatment to improve treated water quality and meet reuse of water standards for cooling towers and utilization of UF nanofilter and RO to achieve resource recovery and energy recovery by humic acid separation. So as you all know, leachate is one of the hardest effluent to be treated in the wastewater spectrum. So we have utilized the following PFD. I'm not going into the detail, where after the primary, secondary and tertiary treatments, from the nanofiltration, the concentrate from the concentrate stream, we are separating humic acid, which is having high calorific value and which can be directly sent into the incineration, and the treated water can be sent through the RO and can be again reused for the cooling tower makeup water usages. So those are the two case studies I'm highlighting, and also obviously the membrane technology is still a young technology when compared to the conventional distillation and other heat technologies. There are areas has to be addressed, especially the high capex, high opex, but also the membrane fouling and scaling prevention. That is one of the major obstacles we are facing when applying membrane technologies. So there are studies and researches are going on for the novel membrane configuration and materials. So hopefully, the fingers crossed, hopefully the technology will be improved and we will be able to utilize more membrane technologies. So in conclusion, membrane technologies are revolutionizing water treatment and playing a crucial role already in the industry and achieving sustainable development. So thanks all, thanks.
Thank you, sir. I would like to hand over the controls to our moderator for the Q&A session.
Do you have any plans on membrane development locally, because that may give you an edge?
I don't think it's feasible for Sri Lanka with a very small market, because still the majority of the manufacturing, the membrane manufacturing is dominated by the Chinese and small part by Indians. So I don't think there's a possibility for the production of membranes in Sri Lanka, considering the small market. if we are having contacts for to achieve the global market as well, there's a possibility.
Okay. But maybe the new technologies that are coming up with like 3D printing and additive manufacturing, which comes in and then made to order membranes. I don't know whether if you look at the Singapore story, there may be lessons to be taken, because yes, China dominates on scale.
Yes.
Right? And then the cost, but maybe most of these applications may come from individual tailored solutions may have value.
Yeah, I think we have a possibility. I think we have a role in technology provider, something like that. But the manufacturing, even in Singapore case, the manufacturing is happening in China, but they are doing the innovation. I mean the technology part. I think that sort of role is suited for Sri Lanka, but I don't know when and how that can happen.
Okay.
I guess.
Do you have a test bench at the company? In a sense of like before scaling up to the, you doing some testing with the wastewaters, and when you look at recommend zero discharge?
For the membranes?
Yeah.
Not in Sri Lanka, but we are doing all the testing with this, virtual systems, not
the only modeling part?
Yeah, only this, softwares.
Okay. Right.
Yes, sir.
So thank you very much, Priyan.
Thanks.
Actually, you are my undergraduate research student, okay?
Yes.
So now I am going to ask a question from you. When you apply ZLD technology in the evaporation, certain compounds goes to condensate, no?
Yes.
So when you select the MBR, have you come across any challenges of biologically degrading those components, and which factors drive you to select MBR for such condensate biodegradation? That's the one question. Second one is, you showed the software no, for the bioreactor MBR.
Yes.
Is that for the only membrane bioreactor simulation, or is it coupled with the actuator sludge? Or can we have that academic, the academic version of that one of the university?
Yeah,
to teach our students?
Yeah, most of those softwares are available, freely available.
Really?
Yes. And only thing, the person has to have a training to use that software. Because in ISL, we are training our designing engineers. We recently completed Singapore training for a couple of engineers, and a couple of years back, we sent a couple of our engineers to Netherlands for the trainings. So those membrane technology designing, knowledge and the know-how is not that much available in locally. So we are thriving our engineers to go abroad and take that knowledge back to Sri Lanka. So to your first question, sir, that is regarding that evaporation is ZLE. Yes, the MBR is before it's in the secondary treatment segment. The evaporator is at the very bottom of the process flow diagram. That the evaporation is only for the 15% of the RO reject we are getting from the RO. So the other volatile components is already, the majority of the volatile components is digested at the secondary stage with the biological treatment and all. There are some cases, not the one I showed, that evaporation will obviously get the volatile organic compounds to the condensate. But in here, the pharmaceuticals, all the VOC, the volatile organic components is very less because the design was done after the testing. So all the volatile organic compounds will be digested at the secondary stage, and then it's sent to the membrane separation systems. Yes, sir.
We're in touch with a company called Pro Algae Tech. I think it's a German-based company. This fits in with algae-based solutions for wastewater treatment. Discussions are at initial stages. Just out of curiosity, when we came across that company, we started writing and interacting. So this is where possibly a collaborative effort between Dr. Tilini and you could look at some steps of biological reaction as pre-treatment, at least from the food industry waste is concerned. So sort of strengthening on what Professor Dialvis was saying, we should look at internal solutions rather than bringing membranes from all over the world and putting it into our factories. If there is biological reactions that could take place and break down those into, let's say, harmless constituents, then I think much of your work is done within technologies developed in the country. So I think there is a synergistic approach that we could get into.
Of course. ISL, we are more into innovation and new technologies. So obviously we are open for that sort of a collaboration. Thank you, sir.
One more question. Anyone? So Priyan, you are looking at membranes from a wastewater treatment and that environmental perspective, right? You are not taken the membranes into, because membrane is it's a platform technology where you can go into other industries, food industries for concentration, all that. That's not happening by yourself here today in Sri Lanka.
We are mainly focusing on water and wastewater treatment.
Why not push it in other sectors? Because we really stand to benefit from having more manufacturing industries coming in with the advanced membranes coming in, improving the quality. So there may be an opportunity.
I think we need to improve our know-how about that process as well. I think we can get information from Mr. Gamalath. Yes. Yes. Yeah, waste treatment at the source itself.
Yeah, I mean, your supervisor has the water pinch expertise. I think we are not using some of these technologies. Yes. Yeah.
Of course.
So I think sometimes we try to give solutions, but optimal solutions are not coming, and that's affects. I'm almost tempted to ask one question. It's okay, because I'll give it. This 1,000 odd separators, ROs that been used for the CKDU. Do you think that's been a right approach, or because in your slide, of course, this is the 100% RO. You say people can't drink it, plants can't use it to grow, but these are low TDS. I suppose that's what you are doing. But Sri Lanka has been using RO plants for the entire CKDU areas for water treatment. What's your view?
I didn't get to the
No.
questions.
Here it says RO specifically, but you have these two ROs on the high salinity. People can't drink it and plants can't use it to grow. But in Sri Lanka, we are just celebrated about using 1,000 RO plants for the CKDU areas.
Yeah, here it is mentioning about the desalination and all. But in Sri Lanka, we are using RO for the hardness removal purpose as well. No? That's the case. There are the other alternative methods as well for the, obviously hardness removal, we can go for even for the nanofiltration as well, rather than going for the RO itself. So, but in Sri Lanka, I said even in my presentation, this membrane technology has been not properly designed at used at the optimum level. So it has been misused for some case, I guess. So there are possibilities. It has to be used in the most optimum way, I guess.
Because the villagers, when they don't get remineralization at all.
Yes,
so
yes.
Like you go from a frying pan into the pot, having one problem, then here come a solution. The solution is going to give you a problem in the long run.
Yeah, deficit of the
other
micronutrients
and stuff.
Yes, yes. In that case, the nanofiltration is the most suitable thing.
So this is why, I mean, companies like yours, you should try to give solutions using the knowledge and the technology, and where it solves, having a better impact.
The thing is that, but the nanofiltration technology is very immature right now. It's
make it mature. Right. Otherwise, you'll just be buying and selling. Okay. What do you?
All right. Thank you, Mr. Priyan Suryachi, for your answers and your presentation. And thank you, Professor Ajit Alvis, for handling that Q&A session. I think the Q&A session ultimately evolved into a brainstorming session as well. And I think that's the value of that this industry forum brings both to the graduates and to our technical partners. Before we move on to the next presentation in our lineup, we'd like to take a look at the corporate video from Industrial Solutions Lanka as well, our technical partner for today. The next technical partner who we will be hearing from is our platinum partner, Waste to Value Private Limited. They tackle a unique issue that exists in the waste management sector, which is that waste management, simply speaking, isn't profitable. So the goal of Waste to Value is to convert waste into a valuable resource and create a profit out of it. First, let us take a look at the corporate video from Waste to Value Private Limited.
In a world where the balance between progress and preservation is delicate, in today's world, we face unprecedented challenges. Climate change threatens the delicate balance of our planet, while waste continues to accumulate at an alarming rate. But among these challenges lies an opportunity for transformation. At the heart of sustainability lies the concept of turning waste into value. By reimagining waste as a resource, we can not only mitigate environmental harm, but also create tangible benefits for society. Chance to converting industrial waste into values, the possibilities are endless. By embracing a circular economy mindset, we can unlock the hidden potential within our waste streams and pave the way towards a more sustainable future. Together, let's redefine waste and unlock its value for generations to come for a cleaner, greener world. Engineering a sustainable tomorrow.
even though they were unable to be here with us physically today. I am pleased to share that Waste to Value Private Limited will be joining us virtually. So now I would like to invite Mr. Shyam Jobi to speak a few words on behalf of Waste to Value Private Limited. Yes, sir, you're clear.
Of development crisis. I am unable to be there, but I would love to speak on a few crucial points. I have been listening in on the conversation from all the presenters. I represent the company called Janaka, and we are into upcycling of copper waste and non-ferrous metal scraps. As we all have already been aware and are speaking about it, that circular economy is the forward and the future way for us to be responsible citizens of not a country, of the entire planet. And here I am just to give you a small indication of what we are doing as a team. I am working with Waste to Value on several projects, and one of being our own company, where we are upcycling copper scraps which are generated within the island. That includes all the motors, the refrigeration pipes, and there are several places day in and out we are consuming and throwing into the e-waste. That problem needs to be addressed, and not only just addressed, but we also need to bring out the best out of our waste and make it a useful resource. So here in Sri Lanka, we have set up an industry where we are upcycling copper scrap and producing international grade copper cathodes, which are then now being used by companies like reputed cable companies, where they would ideally be importing these from Japan or overseas and be importing copper, which is essentially mined from the earth. And we are replacing that copper with the copper which is generated from within the island. And as we all know, what a challenge it has been for Sri Lanka to be able to come up with US dollars to pay for such an expensive commodity. So the resource is already there with us in our country. The point is to just identify it and smartly upcycle it to bring out the best value. And I am not just trying to say about a copper industry or a brass industry or anything. Metal is, I think, humanity is blessed with the element of metal. Metal has this amazing quality of being recycled infinitely. Aluminium stands the topmost list of infinitely recyclable material. You can recycle aluminium for its entire life cycle. And there are several issues that come up with other metals. When we recycle them, we have to upcycle them to bring out its qualities which were lost over the usage period or its usage life cycle. Having said that, I would like to cut it short and keep it simple for everyone to know that here in Sri Lanka, I'm a foreign investor. I have worked very hard with Waste to Value. In our refining plant, there are several byproducts, chemical byproducts, which ideally would be called a waste. We have come in terms with several companies wherein our byproduct electrolyte, called copper sulfate, unprocessed copper sulfate electrolyte, is now successfully being manufactured into a very successfully in-demand product called a coagulant. So there are several details. If anyone wants to know further, we can indulge and have a conversation. But here, all in all, I can thank everyone present there for listening to me and to believe in the fact that yes, circular economy is the way forward. And as much as we believe and do the efforts to take up these jobs, it's not easy. Everyone present in that conference speaking about recycling, upcycling, reducing carbon, reducing global warming. Yes, you guys are doing a good job. As much as we need to walk the talk, it's not easy. So thank you for having me here, and thank you for listening in. Everyone, thank you very much. I'll sign off. Bye.
Thank you, Mr. Shyamjobi, for your insights and joining us online, even though Waste to Value was unable to meet us physically here today. Just returning once again to the presentations and to the panel discussion, I would like to move on to our next technical partner. AEN Palm Oil Processing Private Limited is focused on building up the local palm oil industry to meet the local demand and to prevent forex outflows that exist at the moment. I would like to note here that the palm oil industry is often criticized for its environmental impacts, but AEN is a local trailblazer in sustainable palm oil production. Before you move on to their presentation, let us take a moment to take a look at the corporate presentation from AEN Palm Oil Processing.
Annually. From this, they generate more than 50,000 metric tons of palm oil. But what happens to all that leftover waste? Well, they've come up with a brilliant sustainable solution. It all starts with the zero liquid discharge system. This system processes the palm oil mill effluent, which is about 95% water, and turns it into crystal clear water. Pretty cool, right? But what about the remaining 5%? That's where it gets interesting. The remaining 5%, which is mostly suspended solids, goes through a series of vertical and paddle dryers. These dryers transform the liquid feed solution, which is 100% organic, into a dry product. The process begins with a multi-effective evaporator that reduces the moisture content to 70%. From there, it moves to a thin film-agitated dryer, bringing moisture down to 50%. Next, the solids head to the paddle dryer. As they move through, any remaining moisture evaporates, leaving us with a dry, uniform product. And guess what? This product is packed with nutrients like amino acids, proteins, crude fat, crude fiber, starch, sugar, nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium. One interesting thing to note is the high ash content, largely due to high potassium levels. This not only makes it an excellent nutrient source for animals, but also helps control stress factors in livestock. It's a win-win situation. This innovative process turns what would be waste into a valuable animal feed ingredient. The dry product, rich in nutrients, is now being sold to nourish livestock. It's even registered as palm extract with the Department of Animal Production and Health in Sri Lanka. That's a significant stamp of approval. But wait, there's more. The condensate water produced in the zero liquid discharge plant goes to the condensate polishing unit. Here, aerated bacterial digestion reduces the chemical oxygen demand, COD, in the condensate from 6,000 ppm to less than 250 ppm. And then the membrane bioreactor filters the water, making it clean and reusable. With this achievement, AEN continues to contribute to the sustainability of our global food chain.
I'm sure that video has all of you curious. So in order to explain a bit more about how they are reaching their environmental targets, we would like to invite Mr. Ralinda Mallavarachi, the General Manager of AEN Palm Oil Processing, to present their zero liquid discharge system for palm oil mill effluent.
Thank you. First, I want to tell you, when I sit in here and the ISL video is going on here, and at that time I feel I don't want to present here because he already present our company and what happening into waste management in our AEN Palm Oil Processing Private Limited, and his video is getting all whatever we are doing. So actually I'm really happy because for the current situation in Sri Lanka, and oil palm is banned, and we are very tidy from the government and many societies for the stop the process of the plant, and oil palm plantations still we cannot continue regarding the banned from the Sri Lanka government. And I'm really sad because 8 years I am working in Malaysia, and 14 years in Malaysia, and I study in University Mara and a mechanical engineer, and I have a MSc from University of Mara in Malaysia, and my primary school also in Malaysia, and I was studying inside of the plantation areas, And the Sri Lankan people is believing all waters will get in from the oil palm, and it will come in the desert in like Saudi Arabia in Sri Lanka. But in Indonesia and Malaysia, I don't know how they are growing with palm oil. And a lot of very professionals are in Sri Lanka, and here is sitting. I don't know how they conclusion without research done from Sri Lanka. And I believe Sri Lanka don't have any research regarding the palm oil, and nobody is done in Sri Lanka. And Sri Lankan government how decide to ban the oil palm in Sri Lanka without research and getting professional advice from in Sri Lanka. Start the presentation, I want to tell you this because we are getting more dollars from, if we export the palm oil from Sri Lanka, we are getting more dollars. Even we are getting more dollars, we are given more dollars to our government still. If we are banned, but we are operating in our company. So I'm really happy because the water effluent that we cannot discharge to environment in our areas, anywhere in our areas, and also if any plant, we cannot discharge in the effluent, right? So it will face many issues for the environment and for the peoples. But we are success, and that zero liquid discharge system we are doing in our company, and related with working with ISL, and really happy with them to work, and towards we are working in together. So we already, our journey was success regarding the zero liquid discharge system in palm oil mill. And when we start the Mr. Janaka Gamalath, I was seeing his in LinkedIn and something when I was in Malaysia, and I was searching in job in Sri Lanka in previously, and I was seeing many advertisement in silver mill. I was apply. Actually, I don't want to hide anything. I was apply for that, and that time when I got a call from Sri Lanka, I was in Malaysia, and within, I think after 1 week, I have to come to Sri Lanka. But that time, already decided to get interview in your company, and I'm really happy to see you from here. And that of one of my dream when I was in Malaysia, when I come to Sri Lanka, I want to join with the silver mill, but I didn't get. That's what. Okay. So I am Ralinda Mallavarachi, and you know I am a general manager from AN Palm Oil, and I think I believe in Sri Lanka, very young age general manager. I think it's me, and I'm really happy from that. And this is my first time I'm facing in a conference or something in Sri Lanka. After came from Malaysia, I came to 2021 to Sri Lanka, and also University of Moratuwa. I want to tell you that, and that also when I was in Sri Lanka in my age 5 or 6 something, I went to Sri Lanka. That time is my dream was to join to the University of Moratuwa and be an engineer. But my family was went to the Malaysia, and unfortunately, I didn't get that chance to study in Malaysia, in Sri Lanka and University of Moratuwa. But still, I have a dream in one day I have, if any opportunity to get from University of Moratuwa, of course, I am be to ready that. And thank you for giving this opportunity to present our company in here. Okay, let's start. Okay, firstly we start regarding the ZLD, zero liquid discharge. For after that, what we do into our sludge, we have a remaining sludge balance. So what we do into that will be, we are feed to as a animal feed ingredients. It means when done the zero liquid discharge, still we have a remaining the sludge. As Mr. Janaka said, they have that gasification system. After that, they are getting the tar. So we are getting the sludge. And the moisture around that moisture around like 47 or 50% around moisture we have from the sludge. So we have to that waste we have to create to the value addition. So what we did, and we did some system like a gasification. We are using mechanical evaporation systems. So they get that solid to till moisture within like 8% for the moisture reduced to 50 to 8%. So I will tell you how goes the process. Okay, I think regarding the palm oil, I don't want to go to get the more times. All people know what is the palm oil and what's going on in Sri Lanka. It's a catapult and from Sinhalese. Okay, so I don't want to explain that regarding that one. I will escape because we have 32 slides, but I will give you the very important point regarding the animal feed and what we are doing to the sludge. This one also, this is oil deal by corpse. I think this one also no need because this is not very important to these sessions. Can you please? Yeah. And next one also. No. Okay. Okay, I will start from here. And palm oil mill effluent. You know that are very acidic, that effluent. For the if we discharge to environment, it will get in more effect for the environment. Okay, so palm oil mill effluent is byproduct generated during the processing of crude palm oil. It is liquid waste that result from various stages palm oil extraction and contain a mixture of water, oil, and solid residues. So almost they are happening whatever it includes, and that will call in POME. That's mean palm oil mill effluent. So this primarily generated from three main sources during palm oil processing, and it will first start from sterilizer condensate, then clarification sludge, and empty bunches fiber pressing. So this all together with the POME. POME has that high biological oxygen demand and chemical oxygen demand, and indicating a large amount of organic matter and potential for pollution if discharged untreated. So typically it has low pH around 4 to 5, making it acidic. I think as a chemical and process engineers, you know the things. If related this untreated, POME can have significant environment impact. So this is the what we are facing now in with our neighbors. So that all people, I think neighbors will complain regarding always we discharge the water. Actually, we are not discharging any point of the water from our plant. So we are getting is a deadly plant, then with that water we are getting that in reprocess. Okay, and however, since the CPO production process doesn't involve any chemical for processing, yes, in palm oil we are not involved in any chemicals for the process. So it will start from when we are receiving the crop, so it will get in the sterilization. So then after that it will go in the thresher. We are separate that palm fruit and the empty bunches is separate from the thresher. Then it will go to the digester. So digester having we are putting the digester and getting the steam to the digester. Then after start the pressing, and after that we are get the crude palm oil. So after that effluent will be going to the ETP. So that POME already in here. Then after that we are processing the crude palm oil. We are getting the POME to our ETP units. Next one. So that will be environmental impact of POME. Then you can see here water pollutions and soil degradations and methane emissions. So this is the big issue whenever we are working with the palm oil mill and the operations. So water pollution is the very high, very impacting in our plant. So we are getting that the water pollution, we are getting the SLD plant and with working with ISL to the reprocess, get the water for the reprocess and after treatment. And soil degradations mean that acidity nutrient will be imbalances if used improperly irrigation to land applications. So what we doing that for the sludge, we are getting dry that sludge and we are transforming that for the compost. We can go to next. Regarding the ZLD treatment and management, we are getting first in anaerobic digestions and whatever say that are from ISL, and another one is aerobic tank that uses aerobic tank bacteria to degrade organic matter in the presence of oxygens of Western aerated lagoons or mechanical aeration systems. So whatever we are using that and in our plant that happening with ISL. So actually we are success already from this effluent transform into the zero liquid charge method and treated water. As a next we can go to the next slide. No, we can go next. One more. No, one more. No. Okay. So we can see here, and when we treated the water using this method, we were able to reduce COD of POME from 100,000 ppm to less than 50 ppm, making it well suitably CA standard. So what we are doing here, you can see for the 100,000 ppm to less than 50 pm. This is not a very easy process, and it's a very financially very high cost for us. But we are doing for this because we don't want to get any impact to our environment. So we are environmental friendly company actually, AEN. So that's what we are millions we are waste for this issue regarding the water treatment. This is, I think, Sri Lanka. I don't know whether we have any plant. We are doing this one the same. Yeah, there are several plants, right? And Sevanagala also, I think, Sevanagala and the sugar. Okay. So I think more than 1 or 2, 3 plants in Sri Lanka doing this way, but this is very cost effective. That what he said, and when asking, I don't remember the name. Yeah, professor. The professor asking if we implement in Sri Lanka, it's in a plant that membrane plant is a very costly in Sri Lanka. I don't believe that people in Sri Lanka will given the money for those implementations. So thank you. And the next, yeah, we can go to next. Okay, that water treatment after we are getting that sludge. Okay, so sludge we are transforming into animal feed industry in Sri Lanka. So can you go to the back? One more. Okay. So this is what we are doing after ISADLD, multi-effective evaporation method for treating POME. So when coming this sludge, before sludge it will be, we are treating from the evaporation systems. Okay, so multiple effective evaporations are an effective technology for treating farm oil mill effluent as part of a zero liquid discharge system. MEME works by using the heat from steam to evaporate water from the effluent in a serious stage, each operating in a lower pressure and temperature than the previous one. This process maximum energy efficiency and reduce the volume of liquid waste. So this is what we're doing from the MEE. Okay. So stage we can go like this, and evaporation stage will be first affects this steam heat to POME causing water to evaporate. The vapor generated in this stage is used as the heating medium for the next stage. And subsequent effect operate the progressively lower pressure and temperature. The vapor from one stage is used to heat next, reducing the overall energy consumption. Then condensation. The vapor produced in each effect in condensate. The condensate is often resided with the plant, further enhancing water recovery. So what after this process we are going to is at LDD, and we are getting further enhancing water recovery. So after that we are getting that one to our process. Concentration. The process concentration the POME, reducing its volume and increasing the concentration of solids. The concentrated effluent can be further processed by using dryers to extract valuable product by dispose of solid waste. So okay, we'll speed up this one. And condensate treatment, the water recovered from the evaporation process is treated to remove any remaining contaminant and the reuse it. This I think we have to do fast this one. Right? Yeah, this one right. I think okay. Okay. So we are doing farm extract. Dry solid out from paddle dryer is known as a farm extract. So when coming to that sludge from the evaporation system, that will be going to the paddle dryer. So paddle dryer will be getting moisture level, control the moisture level it from 8 to 12%, and it will be we are getting as a animal feed, and we are providing that one to our customers as a animal feed. And farm extract content, I think this is not important to hear. And we have already certified for the farm extract for the supplying for the animal feed companies. Okay, then process will be, I can short and I can tell you, and a separate fine powder from blocks by vibrating sieve. When after paddle dryer when we are put into the paddle dryer in sludge, it will control the moisture 8 to 12%. So that product will be coming to the separate fine powder from blocks by vibrating sieve. Then break blocks using the crusher, and broken blocks again fed into the vibrating sieve, and filtered powder is bagged. Then while bagging, quality inspections are being done in our quality team, and bags are stored in dry and covered areas. Then when coming to the orders from suppliers, we are delivered. I think this is the video which we are playing before. Okay.
Have you measured the color?
Yes.
Do you achieve the CA standard for the color?
Yeah, it's kind of crystal white.
No, have you measured then?
Yeah, we have
compare
measured
the CA values?
Yeah, we have CA values.
Then okay.
Yeah.
So thank you for your presentation. Actually, in your presentation, you mentioned that there's no research on palm oil in Sri Lanka, but I'm against on that. I am someone who studied the entire life cycle of this palm oil process, and I have visited your place, I think, for about 10 years, more than maybe so many times. Maybe your CEO knows. Actually, when I studied your process and the entire life cycle, I have studied your this initiative of zero liquid discharge against the conventional practice. So the conventional practice, even we can go to Nakia Denia plant, maybe they are doing the anaerobic digestion treatment and that. So there, of course, there's a problem of discharging this wastewater. So you are struggling to discharge it, but in terms of assessing the entire life cycle, your process is full of energy resource, right? So now once you have moved to this zero liquid discharge, what you have done is you have invested that energy potential that made you impossible to, because if you don't move for this, you have the opportunity, if you manage within the life cycle, you can be self-sustained from the energy. You can co-generate both electricity and heat, right? So that would make you, so we have to really assess that in terms of life cycle assessment and see the real benefit out of doing that. So I know that your plant is have invested a lot of heat on this process, and therefore you are depending on grid electricity, right? So what is your plan? My question is, what is your plan? Is there any possibility for you to still having this zero liquid discharge plant? So that's a very good thing. So you have the crystal clear water, you are reusing it, no emission, and also you have value added for animal feed. Everything is good, but can you still go for a well managed process throughout the entire life cycle? Maybe you have some resources somewhere you have not yet used. Is there any possibility for you to co-generate electricity and be self-sustained and eliminate the grid electricity dependency?
Yes,
is there any possibility like that?
Yes, sir. We are planning for the solar power panels now, and we are getting approval from our board, and we are sent to proposal to the EDC in University of Eradinia. And also regarding that renovation, regarding the implementations, still we are working for the foreign partners regarding the solvent extraction. So still we have a solids. So we have to go to the more, we have to extract more oil from that solids, and that solid will be coming from that solvent extraction plant. It will come in more, reduce the moisture. So it will very easy to get that moisture, reduce that from the sludge, and then we can sell easily that one. So that one, that what we are going on in with company.
Yeah. In addition, of course, you mentioned about the country has a kind of idea that palm oil is killing the water resource and something like that, but actually someone who has studied the farming process, because when you study the life cycle, you have to study the farming process. So it's true that your green water footprint is very high, right? That is the reason. You cannot grow palm in any other area except these Kalutara and all those highly rain falling areas. So that may be Indonesia and Malaysia, they are getting that rainfall. That may a lot of areas there. That is why they are having huge capacity of palm oil. So that is one barrier. So we have to identify the possible potential of that. And the other thing is actually if you can do a good assessment, maybe there may be a lot of potential to improve this. As per my view, and also I would like to ask your help, because I tried few times to get data from your plant, but it was not successful. So if you would like to collaborate with us, we are happy to, our students, our undergraduates, as a final year research project, or maybe they can do this assessment for you, so we can collaboratively work to identify the possibilities, and we can also help you in this regard. Yeah.
I am agree with that one, sir. And I want to again ask from you again that research. I am not regarding the ask that research who's done from in Sri Lanka research. Then regarding the mills, sir. I am asking regarding the plantations. Yeah. Yeah, palm oil mill. I am asking related to the palm oil plantations. Yeah, ground level. Yeah. And I'm really thank you for everyone for the invite this session, and that you're asking me regarding some request. Of course, I can do that one. I'm okay.
Okay, I think we can have another partnership. Yeah. Okay, over to you. Yes, thank you. Yeah. Thank you. We'll have the both presentations, and then we'll have one question each and close it, because I know the time is moving.
Thank you, sir, for that wonderful presentation. We were all quite illuminated. Moving on to the next company. They focus on energy conservation and automation solutions. They are a market leader in steam boilers, steam accessories, and control instrumentation systems. Let's move on to the corporate video of Forbes Marshall Private Limited.
Every creating a benchmark plant. Each day, our 500 engineers in the field respond to customer requests to solve problems, as well as make proactive visits to improve plant performance and sustain uptime. The 1,250 daily visits focus on diverse aspects, from reducing energy and steam consumption, addressing bottlenecks in the system, adding additional equipment, designing utilities, setting up SOPs or providing hands-on training. Through our improvement surveys, audits and design consultancy services, we deliver incremental improvements, resulting in savings ranging from 5 to 24% on the annual fuel bill. Benefits also include water savings, reduction in CO2 emissions, improved productivity and product quality, and enhanced safety. Through maintenance, repair and operations services, we aim to improve and sustain steam asset uptime across our customers' plants by more than 95%. Digital transformation in the industry focuses primarily on connectivity and data acquisition. 80% of our products are digitally enabled and provide better visibility of processes and energy efficiency parameters across the plant. Our digital services go beyond connectivity by analyzing the data and providing actionable insights to eliminate or minimize deviations and sustain peak operational performance. The result is holistic, long-term practical solutions that enhance businesses.
Alright. Our next presentation is on approach for sustenance of key performance parameters, courtesy of Forbes Marshall, Sri Lanka. I would like to hand over controls to Engineer Dhanushka Dasanayaka to conduct the presentation. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon all. I think we are running out of time, but I will try to pass my message as quickly as possible. So first of all, thank you for the department for giving such opportunity to share our knowledge. And today I'm going to discuss about how we can sustain the KPI. So we all know we all have energy targets, KPIs, but first focus is how to achieve the KPI. That's the primarily the object. And the major task now we have how we can sustain it. That's the major difficulty right now we are facing. So we'll see how Forbes Marshall can help you to maintain or sustain your KPI. So in brief, what we can say as Forbes Marshall is a manufacturer of a steam product, boilers and all other accessories. We have manufacturing facilities, 4 facilities in India, and 1 in Singapore, 1 in UK. So more than manufacturing manufacturer, we are kind of solution provider for the industry. So if you go back to this is the fundamental the philosophy set up by our founder. So in 1946. So he was doing a kind of trading business before 1946, and then he wanted to have set up manufacturing facility. At that time, his philosophy was we were always conscious that we were selling more than equipment. So we were selling increased production, improved product quality, production at lower cost, and quite often a combination of all these three. So this is the setup. This is the philosophy set up in 1946. Which is very relevant up to date. And 1955, we sold the first boiler to Amul Dairy, and as well as in 2015, they bought the new boiler. So that kind of collaboration we have, partnership we have with industries. And as I told you, these are the products we have. And we have been in the many industries, specifically in Sri Lanka, textile, tire and rubber, and food. And we have been in 18 countries. And our business has mainly 3 sections. One is this energy conservation, which is mainly focusing on reduction of your energy consumption and improving your process, which is mainly the automation side, and then final part is environment. And this is the main part of my presentation. Now my focus is to elaborate how we can sustain your KPI. So when we go to any industry, any manufacturing setup, so everyone focus is to improve the productivity at lower cost. And then what we have in the plant, we have fixed utilities and fixed process, which means you have fixed boiler, which is maybe 5 ton or 10 ton, and you have fixed pipeline, and you have fixed machines. But meantime, you have a production which is dynamic. So day by day, minute by minute, your production requirement is varying. But fortunately or unfortunately, your KPI or target unfortunately, your KPI or target going to be the same. So now the task we have, the difficulty we have, the how we can maintain your KPI or target in this dynamic situation, because you have fixed, everything is fixed, your equipment, your boiler, your pipeline, everything is fixed, but your production is dynamic. So but in this situation also you have to maintain your same KPI. So this is what happens in this kind of situation, this kind of dynamic world. So everything is going in a toss. Your emission, your waste, operation cost, everything is in a toss. You know, in a boiler, we do a flue gas analysis once in 6 months, and then we measure how much CO is coming out, how much carbon dioxide. But we do it at one time, once in 6 months. So what is the situation in all other period in that 6 months? We don't know. So that's the main difficult task when we have this kind of dynamic situation in a plant. And to address this issue, we have 4 approach. First thing is the design. So you need to have the correct design in place, your plant, because we have seen some plants, so their design is not up to the standard, but still they want to achieve the energy targets, or they need to bring their plant to the benchmark level. But first thing is to correct their design, and then to have correct product and technologies, and third part is correct maintenance and operation. So if we have these 3, design, product and technology, operation and maintenance practice correct, 100% of the time you can achieve your target, energy target, KPI, so whatever the benchmark level. But to sustain this, the 4th section comes, sustenance and digital activity, so which I will explain you in next couple of slides. So this is some case study to show you how important you have the correct design. This is a DC factory in Sri Lanka. It's a hot air generator. So there is one radiator which has 4 radiator cores. So there what they had done, they had group trap 2 cores and had 1 trap, which is a wrong design. So we visited the plant and we analyzed, and we gave them the correct solution, correct design and correct product. So from which they saved annually $3,900, and that saved also within 9 months. These are the small things we can do to have your design correct and have correct product, from which you can achieve your target and you can take your plant to benchmark level. And these are this is the saving document we received from them, and the benefit is before that they had so many water hammering which causes tube damage, and now they don't have that kind of issue, and also the bypass opening of trap totally eliminated, from which they got the saving. And this is another example of one of rubber manufacturing factory in Sri Lanka. They are also had used the wrong design, and when we observed we did the study, we understood that the temperature is varying. They cannot maintain the temperature in the press unless they open the bypass. You can see there in the middle picture there is a high back pressure also acting on trap. So we understood the issue. What they are doing right at that time was to bypass the stream trap, which causes lot of losses. And then we also corrected the system with correct design and correct solution. And then you can see the temperature is, they achieve the temperature, and also the system back pressure is very minimum. These are the things, small things we can do to correct the system, and basically to have the correct design. And then the next step is how we can maintain this. For that we have this sustenance and digital activity. So what we do, we first real-time monitor all the parameters. Now you know everywhere there are so many companies who provide the softwares to record your all data. But now what has happened in the industry, the engineers have so many data with them, even in the phone, but they don't know what to do now. They have so many hundred numbers of data. So how they can diagnose it? So that's the difficult part. So that part we do it. We analyze their data and we give them the correct action. Because in the plant, in the practical situation, so in the plant they have to focus on their production. Let's say a textile industry. So they have engineers, but their primary objective is to focus on the production. Now we are in a situation that there should be some other party who can take care of their energy targets or other KPIs. So what we do, we analyze the data and then give them the correct solution. And this is one example of on energy audit we did somewhere in 2021. So at that time in this, their steam consumption was 189, and from energy audit we proposed some solutions, and we committed that it can bring down to 156. And after implementation, it came 154, which means they have achieved. But most important part is this other column, orange column. So then we re-audit it after 2 years. Now what has happened? The steam consumption has increased. That's why we always focus. We can achieve the target, but sustaining the value is very difficult once you achieve it. So that's why we are there to do it. And this is another example. This is a new plant. So this plant capacity is 20 tons per day. But you know, when a new plant comes, so they design for some value, but for maybe a couple of years, they have to run low capacity. So and that time, this is the same example. The design is 20 tons per day, but for 9 months, the capacity was 9 tons. So in this kind of situation, how we can bring down their cost of production? So that is in some other way we have to do it. We have to analyze all your data, and some kind of external party has to do it. Some kind of an expert has to do it. And this some other example also in Sri Lanka. So this is a tire industry. So we jointly worked with them for 2 years, and the result was we were able to save 32% from their annual fuel bill. So this kind of opportunities are there. And this is also another textile industry in Sri Lanka. So we audit it and we propose some system. They have done 2 out of 4 projects we proposed. They were able to achieve 11%. So this is the main focus. The summary is that we can achieve the target. So by doing so many projects, but to sustain the target, so what sustain the value, plant needs some kind of external support or expert support. So that's why we own customers' target, KPIs, energy targets. We own, and we jointly work with customers to achieve their target. So that's the message in brief I wanted to pass. If anyone is there having energy target, we are there to own your target. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for that enlightening presentation. We'll have the Q&A session after the next presentation, both together combined. So please keep your questions in mind, ready for. Right. Our next company is a leader in aluminium extrusion and manufacturing. They produce high quality products and have expertise to expand and have expanded to the international market. In addition to maintaining high product standards, they are also heavily conscious of their environmental impact. Let's have a look at the corporate video of Alumex PLC.
විවෘතයෙන් ඇලෙනවා. විචිත්‍රත්වයෙන් ඇලෙනවා. නිදහසින් ඇලෙනවා. සම්නසින් ඇලෙනවා. සිසිලසින් ඇලෙනවා. ජීවිතයට ඇලෙනවා. Alex.
Before moving on to the presentation, I have a small message from the organizers. If any of you all are planning on leaving early, we have lunch prepared for you all, so please do not go without having your lunch. Right. In order to tell us more about how aluminium industry is making a change for the better, I would like to cordially invite Ms. Divya Dharmaketri, the Executive R&D of Alumex, to conduct their presentation on a greener future with aluminium. Madam, the stage is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. So our presentation is on how we achieve our sustainability and move towards a sustainable future itself with aluminium. Can we go to this one? So Alumex established itself in 1986, and we've grown to become a premier manufacturer in aluminium industry in Sri Lanka. Our journey began in 1988, and since then we've consistently upgraded our facilities to stay ahead of the industry. Our state-of-the-art facility that you see on the screen here is equipped with advanced extrusion, anodizing, powder coating, wood effect, chemical brightening, and other value-added capabilities. In addition to our production capabilities, we've invested in a dedicated melting plant and CNC machinery for die making. This investment ensures stringent quality control and enhances our ability to provide customized solutions to our clients. This allows us to cater for a wide range of high-quality products tailored to diverse industries, particularly from architectural, hardware, household goods, and industrial applications. Our commitment to delivering high-quality aluminium solutions has allowed us to establish a very strong global presence. We currently operate we currently tailor to customers in over 14 countries around the world. Diving into why aluminium, 75% of the aluminium that was used is currently still used in many industries, from tech to manufacturing to power, and therefore the growth of aluminium, the requirement for aluminium is expected to grow over the years for over 50%. But this is a highly energy intensive process in terms of extracting aluminium, especially from the bauxite ore. So our upstream, downstream operations are highly energy critical, contributing to about 1 to 2% of global carbon dioxide emissions, primarily from the bauxite mining. So at Alumex, sustainability is at the core of our operations. We are committed to addressing climate change and integrating practices for nature conservation into our processes. Our initiatives include transitioning to a more sustainable packaging materials, optimizing energy consumption, and in our production processes, leveraging recycled material. So the video that you all saw initially is, I'll just play a little part. So this is all aluminium as an alternative to wood. Sri Lanka's timber consumption itself is over 1.6 million cubic meters annually. So our innovative wood finish allows a compelling alternative because it provides the aesthetic of wood while being a more durable and sustainable resource. At Alumex, we are pioneering this to our customers in both architectural fields and household as well. So this contributes to forest conservation, aiming to enhance our ecological footprint in general. of course, we have one of our key investments being a 2.5 rupee billion investment in the prime A-color facility. This allowed us to move to a more optimized facility from conventional plants, where we achieve 1/3 of the powder, where we can operate at 1/3 of the powder consumption per aluminium ton, and where our water footprint has also significantly improved, where a conventional plant would operate with 209 meter cubes of aluminium, meter cubes of water per metric ton of aluminium, whereas our vertical powder coating plant operates with only 90 cubic meters. One of our key abilities is to provide customers with customized products, and two factors we consider in our innovations is material composition and optimized design. Over the year, we cater to about 50 products, and in each of them we utilize alloys with higher mechanical strength physical properties to those used traditionally, so achieving a higher percentage of recycled aluminium content. So re-engineering designs allows the product to achieve the same functionality with less aluminium, beneficial for customers in terms of cost and also the environment. So on the left, what you see is a foreign partnership that we work with a Norwegian customer to re-engineer a steel design to be fully aluminium. And on the right hand side, you see our own solar frames, which we have redesigned and re-engineered the design to save 35.5 metric tons of aluminium up to date. Going to our key feature of the plant is our melting plant, a 1.1 billion investment. One of the significant recycling efforts involve the collection and processing of used beverage cans, which is abundantly available in Sri Lanka. So by recycling UBC, we not only reduce waste, but we also repurpose aluminium into high quality products. This process conserves natural resources and reduces energy consumption. Just a fun fact, recycling aluminium takes 5% of the energy required for us to produce primary aluminium from bauxite. In addition to UBC, we are meticulously in recycling sawdust generated within our plant. So this initiative ensures that every bit of waste that we do generate, we try our best to repurpose it within our plant itself. So just a small look into our melting plant. To ensure the highest quality of recycled aluminium, we adhere to very stringent scrap control criteria. So we actually employ advanced technologies like eddy currents to remove non-ferrous material from the waste, ensuring that our recycled aluminium is of the quality that we desire, and making sure that the dedication that we have to our customers in terms of quality control is achieved. So this has garnered a lot of interest in Sri Lanka. So these are a few projects made from this recycled aluminiums, but not only that, we've garnered international attention as well, because from our recycled aluminium, we've been able to successfully cater to the orders from the UK military as well. So moving to real case studies of our innovations, we take one of the key innovations that we do is our aluminium fences and balconies. So these fences and balconies are more environmentally friendly in terms of the carbon dioxide emission per square meter compared to traditional alternatives such as steel or concrete. So these balconies have allowed our customers to achieve their goals in terms of achieving a sustainable future, and most of our customers can achieve a 98% recycling rate for overall operations. For sustainable, as another sustainable solution, we have recycled plastic accessories. which is actually a very minor component of our activities. However, we want to take a forward attempt at that as well. So we currently resource all our plastic accessories by locally sourced recycled plastic. So currently our plastic consumption over the past few years on average has been about 12 metric tons, and all of this is recycled plastic. The next we actually have eco-friendly alternative that we have suggested for customers is to switch from polythene use to consider alternatives better for the environment like cardboard, kraft and crepe paper. So for a customer, over 5.7 metric tons of plastic is eliminated. Polythene use has been eliminated by these alternatives. Another interesting use of aluminium is that we make aluminium for formwork. This is traditionally used with wood or steel structures, but aluminium is a more environmentally friendly material for this. One, as compared to wood, it does not, we don't need to have habitat destructions or and we're reducing deforestation. When compared to steel, because of the lighter weight solution that we're offering, it has a lower carbon emissions, especially during transportation. So this led us to think about what future projects and alternatives are available for us, and one is touching on the scrap material from the formwork currently in Sri Lanka. So we are currently in the research phase, aiming for commercial operation. We are currently in a pilot project where we are meticulously analyzing the composition of this scrap to determine its optical integration into our existing scrap mix. So we are confident that this project represents a significant advancement in sustainable aluminium. In the similar vein of resourcing scrap currently available in Sri Lanka, we are incorporating our first high-pressure die casting facility, the first of this kind, to Sri Lanka. And the reason being that we're looking to resource our scrap from our automobile industry, as this, however, this scrap requires unique treatment stages more over what we're currently doing for our scrap. Therefore, to ensure suitability for our high-pressure die casting, we are working through that in a research phase at present. Of course, this leads us, while we do what we can, this leads us to many challenges. One, with supply chain, especially when it comes to packaging materials, we have that lack, and also for the reason that we sort of our new future projects in terms of resourcing the scrap is due to the lack of renewable scrap that we could find in the compositions that we required. Cost implications, because most suppliers are imposing total development costs from buyers upfront instead of having it go within the project timeline. And of course, as many companies just discussed, many regulatory hurdles because of the extended approval times for new sustainable practices that are not currently being done. One of which is that we find it hard to implement buyback for UK customers' aluminium scrap. So when there's a extension in deadlines, customers are not supportive of sustainability initiatives. However, this leads us to our opportunities that we can offer, being more innovative packaging solutions that we can go into, and of course implementing these buyback programs, promoting for scrap aluminium and how customers can work with it. And the main opportunity for this industry is the interest of customers, as most are willing to pay premium for sustainable and innovative solution in aluminium. So that's it from
Thank you, Madam. Now I would like to hand over controls back to our moderator, Senior Professor Ajit Yalvis, for the Q&A session.
Control is hungry. I think, with the permission, now, thank you, Divya, I think, but Gayan is going to answer. I think it's okay, it's not fair. Maybe have 2 questions or 3 questions, or maybe 1, just to conclude. Short question. Gayan or Danushka? Maybe the best thing is to gather around the plate of rice and then have the discussion. So let me thank the industry forum, Dr. Mainsas. I hope it's okay. And having the industry partners, I think there was so much insights. When I was looking at the presentation. So first of all, thank you, Buddhika from INSEE, and then Priyan from IS Industrial Solutions, and then Ralinda from Palm Oil, right? Welcome to Sri Lanka as well. That's getting in the right direction. Then Danushka, Forbes Marshall, and of course Divya and Gayan from Alumex. Thank you. Oh. Okay. Right. Okay.
The next partner that we will be hearing from at our industry forum is a pioneer in intelligent glove solutions with an innovative manufacturing approach, and they are truly set apart from others in their space by their commitment to climate protection and sustainability. Let us first look at a small corporate video from ATG Ceylon Private Limited.
We operate in state-of-the-art, eco-friendly facilities across Sri Lanka. These 3 decades of innovative glove making, we've been socially conscious, environmentally friendly brand, and we are ATG. In 1992, our design innovation pioneered
Despite being unable to join us on the panel today, ATG Gloves graciously agreed to share their expertise at the industry forum regardless. So just to start off their session, we have a short video about ATG's latest innovation, and then we'll be jumping into the live presentation. Okay, great. So I'm sure all of you may have seen about what was shown on the video. So to explain that further in depth and to enlighten us on their progress in eco-friendly glove technology, let us welcome Ms. Madhupa Ovitigala, Assistant Engineer Sustainability from ATG, to conduct their session on sustainable disposal solutions for rubber-based sludge generation from effluent treatment plants.
Good evening, everybody. I am Madhupa Ovitigala, Assistant Sustainability Engineer at ATG. First of all, let me introduce you us because we are not recognized well in local market but in globally. We started and established our journey in 1992, and currently we have extended our journey to 9 factories in Katunayaka, Watupitiwala, Meerigama and Koggala. And our focus mainly lies on innovation and quality of our products. And our products exported to more than 100 plus countries all over the world. So in here, I'm going to talk about how we manage our waste. So first, let's talk burn it or turn it. According to Paris Agreement signed in 2015, there is a requirement of limiting global warming to 1.5 Celsius. For that, companies communicate their actions to reduce global warming by limiting greenhouse gas emission. So as a country and as a company, ATG is also committed to Paris Agreement to mitigate greenhouse gas emission. Let's talk why not incineration. Because with incineration, there is a higher greenhouse gas emission. According to our calculations in ATG sustainability team, we have found out that approximately 50% of 50% higher greenhouse gas emissions happen incineration than recycling. And resource destruction without usage. With incineration, we cannot extract the usable materials from our waste. Without extracting those, incinerate, destruct those materials. And in ATG, we pay a huge cost to incineration than recycling. And here you can see, this is 2014 in ATG, how we stored our waste before incineration, and you can see how large the storage area we have used to store our waste and how lesser organized it is. So let's go why should recycling? Because it extracts maximum value of resources and it minimizes environment impact. And in ATG, the cost is really low than incineration. So this is the interesting part of our story, sustainability with ATG. And this is the sludge extracted from our wastewater. And then after really nice production process, we have a separate production plant to extract the usable material from this sludge. And after that, we innovate and create sustainable products as this. this is the way we create products from our waste. And let me show you some of our sustainable products. Here, rubber paves and rubber carpets, and decorations, vases, and here rubber tiles. And there are a lot of more things we have done from our waste. And yeah, this is all. Thank you so much for listening, and you get something from us. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Ms. Ovitigala, for that presentation. We'll move right on into the felicitation for our speakers at today's event. So to begin, I would like to invite Senior Lecturer of the Department of Chemical and Process Engineering of the University of Moratuwa, Dr. Theni Aryadasa, to join us on stage for the first set of felicitations. First, I would like to invite Ms. Madhupa Ovitigala to receive her token of appreciation. And next, I would like to invite Ms. Divya Dharmakirti to receive her token of appreciation as well. Thank you, madam, for joining us on stage. Next, to present the tokens of appreciation to our remarkable panelists for today, I would like to invite Professor Sanja Gunawardena to present the tokens of appreciation.
Firstly, to Mr. Buddhika Batigama. Thank you, sir. Next, to Mr. Priyan Suryarachi. Next, to Mr. Ralinda Mallavarachi. Next, to Engineer Dhanushka Dasanayaka. Finally, to Mr. Gayan Indira. Thank you, sir. Thank you, madam. Next, I would like to invite Professor P.G. Ratnasiri to present the token of appreciation to our moderator for today, Senior Professor Ajit Dialvis. Next, we have our gold sponsor for the day. They have sponsored all of the gifts here today. We have Ceylon Agri Stores, and in order to give us their token of appreciation, I would like to cordially invite Dr. Maheshi Ratnayaka. Thank you, sir, for being a valuable sponsor for our event today.
Of course, I would also like to specially take this moment to thank our gift sponsors for today. They are Ceylon Agro Industries Private Limited, Hemas Consumer Brands, INSEE EcoCycle Lanka Private Limited, PGP Glass Ceylon Private Limited, ATG Ceylon Private Limited, and Alumex PLC. We really appreciate you providing the gifts presented to our dignitaries. And just before proceeding, I would also like to take this moment to acknowledge our other sponsors who have not been mentioned so far, because without them, obviously, we could not have held this event at the scale that we are having it right now. The sponsors that I want to mention are Haley's Advantis Private Limited, our platinum sponsor, our gold sponsors, Maliban Biscuit Manufactories and Ceylon Agro Industries Private Limited, our silver sponsors, CIC Agribusinesses, Cargill's Quality Dairies Private Limited, and CJ Holdings Private Limited. Our beverage partner, Ceylon Cold Stores. Our event partners, Nalco Water and PGP Glass Ceylon PLC. And finally, our official gift sponsor, Hemas Consumer Brands. Thank you to all of you for your generous support, without which this industry forum could not be a reality. And with that, we will be concluding our event. Please welcome the president of our Chemical Engineering Student Society, Mr. Indura Sandeepa, for the vote of thanks.
Honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, I am deeply privileged to stand before you on behalf of the Chemical Engineering Student Society and the Department of Chemical and Process Engineering, University of Moratuwa, to extend our sincere gratitude to each one of you who has contributed to making this industrial forum a resounding success. First and foremost, I would like to express our heartfelt gratitude to our keynote speaker, Mr. Janaka Gammampila, Group CEO, Silver Mill Group, and moderator, Sir, Senior Professor Ajit Dialvis. Most importantly, I would like to thank you, our esteemed technical panelists from various industries. And also a special word of thanks goes to our sponsor companies, platinum sponsors, gold sponsors, silver sponsors, technical partners, event partners, beverage partners, and media partners. Your participation, your partnership is a very important of bridging academia and industry for a mutual growth and innovation. We also extend our heartfelt appreciation to academic staff of University of Moratuwa. Sir, Madam, your commitment of fostering environment of learning and collaboration has been instrumental in organizing this event and ensuring its seamless execution. To all the undergraduates present here, your enthusiastic participation and eagerness to engage with the industrial leaders amplify the future of our workforce. Lastly, but certainly not least, I would like to acknowledge the organizing committee, volunteers who have worked tirelessly behind the scenes. In conclusion, I thank you once again everyone who has contributed to the success of this industrial forum. Let's carry forward insights gained today and continue collaborate towards a future of innovation and progress. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Induvara, for those heartfelt words of gratitude. And thank you to our audience for attending the Industry Forum. We hope you found it informative and engaging and look forward to seeing you at our future events. Until then, let's keep pushing the boundaries of innovation and sustainability in chemical and process engineering. Just to wrap up today's events, let me inform all of you that lunch will be served at the cafeteria, so everyone who lives can make their way there to receive their lunch. Just before we completely wind up the event, everyone else, I assume, can leave, but we would like to request the panelists for today, Professor Ajit Dialvis, Professor P.G. Ratnasiri, Dr. Mahinsasa Ratnayaka, Mr. Lakshan Disanayaka, Mr. Ishaq Ahmad, and Mr. Manujadayant to stay behind. And of course, our head of department, forgive me for forgetting, Professor Shanta Egodage, to stay behind to take a photograph to commemorate this event. Everyone else, you may head over to have your lunch at the cafeteria.
transformative pathways for circular economy. Before we commence, allow me to extend a warm welcome to all authors, panelists, and committee members who are present here. This conference has truly been a platform to exchange groundbreaking ideas. After an insightful inauguration ceremony, which included intellectual speeches from our speakers and an industrial forum with leading industrial attendees, we are now gathered to witness the brilliant minds receiving their tokens of recognition. At the end of this eventual day of shared knowledge and fruitful discussions, let us now take a moment to honor the very essence of ChemEICon 2024, the budding researchers whose dedication and insights have brought this conference to life. Each one of them, through their dedication and insights, have brought this conference to life. We are grateful for their invaluable contributions to not only ChemEICon 2024, but also towards a brighter circular economy harnessed future. Now, to present the certificates of participation to authors of Track 1, Environmental Biotechnology and Waste Treatment, I kindly invite on stage the head panelist, Professor B.C. Liyanage Atapattu, Professor of the Department of Civil Engineering, the Open University of Sri Lanka. Authors, please come forward as I read your name. Madhusha Wickramarachchi, Rajarata University of Sri Lanka. Chehara S.I. Pitumpe, Vayamba University of Sri Lanka. Pavani Abesundara, Sabaragamu University of Sri Lanka. Vinod S. Disanayaka, University of Kelaniya, Sri Lanka. Chamat Madhumal, University of Moratuwa, Sri Lanka. K.S. Lokuliyanage, University of Moratuwa, Sri Lanka. Teshi Menasha Fernando, University of Moratuwa, Sri Lanka. Tisara S. Bandara, University of Moratuwa, Sri Lanka. Thank you, Professor Atapattu. Next, we have a video from our gold sponsors, Maliban and Ceylon Agro Prima.
Valuable lesson there is. Goodness begins with you, but it impacts everyone. Inspiring goodness is about creating value that lasts a lifetime and beyond. It's knowing that because you've been here, you've blessed lives. You've developed people. The effect you have on people is the most valuable legacy there is. Good people always bring out the good in other people. Mr. A.G. Himyak Muhammad founded Maliban over 6 decades ago. He lives by his belief. As you would for your own children, give our nation's children the best in goodness through the House of Maliban. Starting from a humble tea kiosk at First Cross Street, he ambitiously opened an artisan bakery in Kotahena, aided by his brothers. His tireless efforts took wings, giving Sri Lanka its first mechanized biscuit manufacturing facility in 1954. From top dignitaries to everyday folk, Maliban started to spread goodness far and wide. The company soon began exporting products across the world, and every generation after him further elevated Maliban to become one of the best biscuit manufacturing facilities in Asia, delivering unwavering quality. This quality aligns with our founder's mission, to give our nation's children only the best, like we do for our own children. It's because we understand that you have a family you love. So it is here, even then. So we translated our purpose into product, a product that innovates, improves quality of life. Delivering goodness to your family and over 40 countries across the world. Just like a pebble in water that creates ripples, our people became the catalysts of goodness. You became our source of inspiration. As we set to conquer new frontiers, we continue to lead the way with multiple awards to our name, raising the status quo, locally and globally. These local and global certifications bear testimony to our promise of quality and unmatched value. Today, we are a part of your family. Whether it's tea time or quality time, you get to savor the happiness that lies within goodness. This is our legacy. Trusted, respected, waving our flag here, beyond the States. Leading, pioneering, innovating. We found the chemistry of becoming the winners we wanted to be. But we are not stopping here. We believe there's more good to do. House of Malibu, inspiring goodness.
Elephant House Cream Soda. Canada, yavrularını papyonun çamatkarı.
The last video was our official beverage partner, Ceylon Cold Stores. And next, to present the certificates of participation to the authors of Track 2, Process Technology and Innovation, I kindly invite on stage the head panelist of Track 2, Professor Manisha Gunasekara, Professor of Department of Chemical and Process Engineering, University of Moratuwa. Authors, please come forward as I read your name. R. Shanilka Ruangti Prasadini Pereira, University of Jayawardhanapura, Sri Lanka. Dilan Ramanan, University of Peradeniya, Sri Lanka. Keshari Gaveshika, University of Sri Jayawardhanapura, Sri Lanka. Harindi Shashinika, University of Sri Jayawardhanapura, Sri Lanka. Chamika Ananda, University of Moratuwa, Sri Lanka. Madhumali K. Premanath, University of Moratuwa, Sri Lanka. Mahinda Rajapaksha, University of Moratuwa, Sri Lanka. Thank you, Professor Gunasekara. Next, we have a video from our silver sponsors, CIC Agri and Cargills. To present the certificates of participation to the authors of Track 3, Renewable Energies, Resource Recovery and Upcycling, I kindly invite on the stage the head panelist, Professor Maheshi Narayana, Professor of the Department of Chemical and Process Engineering, University of Moratuwa. Authors, please come forward as I read your name. Mahela S. Karyavasam, University of Moratuwa, Sri Lanka. Dilshan Somaratna, University of Moratuwa, Sri Lanka. Supun Madhushan, Sabaragama University of Sri Lanka. Satyamurthy Mathushan, University of Jaffna, Sri Lanka. Imesha Mohandiran, Sabaragamu University of Sri Lanka. Thank you, Professor Narayana. We would also like to recognize the online participants who presented under Track 3. Van Noor Anis Amira Van Ranisang, University of Technology, Malaysia. RRPYK Ratnayaka, University of Colombo, Sri Lanka. SIM Iftikhar, University of Peradeniya, Sri Lanka. RWUD De Silva, University of Peradeniya, Sri Lanka. Let's give them all a big round of applause. We will be delivering your certificates of participation in due course. And next, we have a sponsorship video from CIC Agri, Prima, Ceylon Agro, Prima.
taking something simple and turning it into something special, into a force that's dynamic, immutable, and always consistent. One that challenges the present to create a better future. Because people deserve the best and live for the good. So do we. We are Prima, forging the biggest inward investment program in Sri Lankan history. One man's pioneering vision and unrelenting belief would give birth to a regional powerhouse. Sri Lanka's largest vertically integrated food industry conglomerate, the Prima Group. Keeping pace with the demand for quality nutrition and the drive to determine the future of national food security, Prima Ceylon operates one of the largest integrated flour milling complexes in the world, incorporating advanced Swiss technology, high-efficiency grain milling capacities, mega silo storages, and the ability to directly berth king-size bulk carriers. We drive nutritional reliability to the nation. Ceylon Agro Industries creates exciting nutritional brands that are bywords for convenience, taste, and affordability. From innovating Sri Lanka's best-selling instant noodle to producing ready-to-eat deli meats, processed meats, pastries, and breads, we satisfy a clientele ranging from regional consumers to global fast food chains. Mining value from insight, we put the power of nutritional convenience within the reach of every Sri Lankan home. Fully automated production facilities and cutting-edge R&D, challenging the present to create the future of national food security. The Prima Group drives affordable nutrition to the fastest-growing markets in the world. Every single day, an access point for strategic partnerships, a beacon for synergistic growth, and a social responsibility model ensuring access to skills and opportunity. We create synergy from grain to protein and build lasting relationships that make lives good. Because we believe that people live for the good and deserve the best. That's why we're here today and will go boldly into tomorrow. Come believe in possibilities, in creating the future, in the right country, the right industry, with the right partner. We are Prima. Together, let's achieve.
Next is the moment you've all been eagerly waiting for. It is now time to acknowledge the best extended abstract presented under each track of this conference. I kindly invite Professor P.G. Ratnasiri, Chairperson of ChemEICon 2024, and Professor Shanta Egodage, Head of the Department of Chemical and Process Engineering, University of Moratuwa, on stage to present the awards. The best extended abstracts of ChemEICon 2024 are those that have the best demonstrated scientific depth and contribution in the fields of environmental biotechnology, process technology, and renewable energies. On this day, by honoring these exceptional works, we not only celebrate research excellence but also highlight the transformative impact these contributions may have on shaping a sustainable future. So, now let's first begin with track 1, Environmental Biotechnology and Waste Treatment. The best extended abstract under track 1, Environmental Biotechnology and Waste Treatment is Investigating Starch Degradation Efficiency and Key Attributes of Soil Bacteria from Makandra by Chehara S.I. Pitumpe from Wayanba University of Sri Lanka. Let's give a big round of applause to the winner. Next up is track 2, Process Technology and Innovation. The best extended abstract under track 2, Process Technology and Innovation is Study of Aluminium Corrosion Inhibition using Self-Assembled Layer-Off Shift-Based Ligand by W.A. Harindi Shashinika from University of Sri Jayawardhanapura. Once again, let's give a big round of applause to the winner. Finally, we come to track 3, Renewable Energies, Resource Recovery and Upcycling. The best extended abstract under track 3 is Exploring the Electrical Properties of Li5GaO4 as a Potential Lithium Battery Electrolyte through Atomistic Stimulation by Satyamurthy Mathushan from University of Jaffna, Sri Lanka. Let's give a big round of applause to the winners. Thank you, professors, for joining us on stage. Let's congratulate all 3 winners of the Best Extended Abstract Award at ChemEICon 2024. Please join me in another round of applause commending their worthy achievement. Every successful event has a lot of people working behind the stage to make the event come to a success. ChemEICon 2024 was also built up with the generous dedication of many. This is a glimpse of the hard work that went into this successful event. As we draw closer to the end of this ceremony, I want to express our deepest gratitude to everyone for attending this event and taking this opportunity to share brilliant ideas and newfound knowledge and initiate a much-needed discussion around a crucial topic of the world. I would like to especially thank our eloquent and esteemed speakers, authors, beloved sponsors, industrial attendees, and distinguished panelists, without whom this event wouldn't be a success. Your passion for advancing the field of chemical and process engineering is truly inspiring and commendable. A final thank you goes to the Center of Excellence for Water and Sanitation for their hospitality and the brilliant service. With that, we conclude the awards and closing ceremony of ChemEICon 2024. Safe travels to those who are heading back home, and we look forward to meet you again at future installment very soon. Have a wonderful evening. Please remain in the main hall for a group photograph. A small refreshment will be provided to you in the lobby outside. Thank you.